Hello, welcome to the studio for another live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Kingfisher by the river, live from the comfort of your own home, which is wonderful. Thanks for taking part today. Now let's get ourselves geared up. Here we've got a sheet of quarter imperial 11 by 15 inch watercolour paper. Size doesn't matter, big or smaller, anything goes. Get yourself geared up with your colours, grab a pencil as well, and we'll be starting around 10 AM UK time. We're working on a portrait orientation. This sheet of watercolour paper here is a knot surface, which is a middle grain surface stuck to a board. A slight tilt on your board is all that is needed. Now, next week's workshop, paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. You can see a couple of inspirational photographs at the bottom. This is one people have been asking for on Facebook. Here it is. Looking quite busy, folks. We are approaching 70% of the space is gone. Great time to book in is now. We've got two original Matthew Palmer watercolour paintings to give away. If you book into this workshop on Sunday the 30th of May, you stand the chance of winning one of two prizes that money can't buy. Two original watercolour paintings by me, which will be sent out to the winners. And all you got to do to take part, folks, is get yourself booked in. Get in towards 3/4 full for the spaces. So please get yourself booked in. I'd appreciate that. That'd be wonderful. Thanks for your continued support on these live workshops. They are wonderful things. The results that you are churning out is wonderful. It's so nice to see everybody's paintings on Facebook as well. So looking forward to this one, folks. Get yourself geared up and I'll see you around 10 AM. In the meantime, grab a coffee and please do get yourself booked in for Sunday the 30th of May. Paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. It's going to be such a summery, colourful watercolour next week. It'll be a beautiful vignette. So I will see you very shortly for this painting here. Take care. Hello, welcome to the studio for another live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Kingfisher by the river, live from the comfort of your own home, which is wonderful. Thanks for taking part today. Now let's get ourselves geared up. Here we've got a sheet of quarter imperial 11 by 15 inch watercolour paper. Size doesn't matter, big or smaller, anything goes. Get yourself geared up with your colours, grab a pencil as well, and we'll be starting around 10 AM UK time. We're working on a portrait orientation. This sheet of watercolour paper here is a knot surface, which is a middle grain surface stuck to a board. A slight tilt on your board is all that is needed. Now, next week's workshop, paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. You can see a couple of inspirational photographs at the bottom. This is one people have been asking for on Facebook. Here it is. Looking quite busy, folks. We are approaching 70% of the space is gone. Great time to book in is now. We've got two original Matthew Palmer watercolour paintings to give away. If you book into this workshop on Sunday the 30th of May, you stand the chance of winning one of two prizes that money can't buy. Two original watercolour paintings by me, which will be sent out to the winners. And all you got to do to take part, folks, is get yourself booked in. Get in towards 3/4 full for the spaces. So please get yourself booked in. I'd appreciate that. That'd be wonderful. Thanks for your continued support on these live workshops. They are wonderful things. The results that you are churning out is wonderful. It's so nice to see everybody's paintings on Facebook as well. So looking forward to this one, folks. Get yourself geared up and I'll see you around 10 AM. In the meantime, grab a coffee and please do get yourself booked in for Sunday the 30th of May. Paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. It's going to be such a summery, colourful watercolour next week. It'll be a beautiful vignette. So I will see you very shortly for this painting here. Take care. Hello, welcome to the studio for another live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Kingfisher by the river, live from the comfort of your own home, which is wonderful. Thanks for taking part today. Now let's get ourselves geared up. Here we've got a sheet of quarter imperial 11 by 15 inch watercolour paper. Size doesn't matter, big or smaller, anything goes. Get yourself geared up with your colours, grab a pencil as well, and we'll be starting around 10 AM UK time. We're working on a portrait orientation. This sheet of watercolour paper here is a knot surface, which is a middle grain surface stuck to a board. A slight tilt on your board is all that is needed. Now, next week's workshop, paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. You can see a couple of inspirational photographs at the bottom. This is one people have been asking for on Facebook. Here it is. Looking quite busy, folks. We are approaching 70% of the space is gone. Great time to book in is now. We've got two original Matthew Palmer watercolour paintings to give away. If you book into this workshop on Sunday the 30th of May, you stand the chance of winning one of two prizes that money can't buy. Two original watercolour paintings by me, which will be sent out to the winners. And all you got to do to take part, folks, is get yourself booked in. Get in towards 3/4 full for the spaces. So please get yourself booked in. I'd appreciate that. That'd be wonderful. Thanks for your continued support on these live workshops. They are wonderful things. The results that you are churning out is wonderful. It's so nice to see everybody's paintings on Facebook as well. So looking forward to this one, folks. Get yourself geared up and I'll see you around 10 AM. In the meantime, grab a coffee and please do get yourself booked in for Sunday the 30th of May. Paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. It's going to be such a summery, colourful watercolour next week. It'll be a beautiful vignette. So I will see you very shortly for this painting here. Take care. Hello, welcome to the studio for another live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Kingfisher by the river, live from the comfort of your own home, which is wonderful. Thanks for taking part today. Now let's get ourselves geared up. Here we've got a sheet of quarter imperial 11 by 15 inch watercolour paper. Size doesn't matter, big or smaller, anything goes. Get yourself geared up with your colours, grab a pencil as well, and we'll be starting around 10 AM UK time. We're working on a portrait orientation. This sheet of watercolour paper here is a knot surface, which is a middle grain surface stuck to a board. A slight tilt on your board is all that is needed. Now, next week's workshop, painting beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. You can see a couple of inspirational photographs at the bottom. This is one people have been asking for on Facebook. Here it is. Looking quite busy, folks. We are approaching 70% of the space is gone. Great time to book in is now. We've got two original Matthew Palmer watercolour paintings to give away. If you book into this workshop on Sunday the 30th of May, you stand the chance of winning one of two prizes that money can't buy. Two original watercolour paintings by me, which will be sent out to the winners. And all you got to do to take part, folks, is get yourself booked in. Get in towards 3/4 full for the spaces. So please get yourself booked in. I'd appreciate that. That'd be wonderful. Thanks for your continued support on these live workshops. They are wonderful things. The results that you are churning out is wonderful. It's so nice to see everybody's paintings on Facebook as well. So looking forward to this one, folks. Get yourself geared up and I'll see you around 10 AM. In the meantime, grab a coffee and please do get yourself booked in for Sunday the 30th of May. Paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. It's going to be such a summery, colourful watercolour next week. It'll be a beautiful vignette. So I will see you very shortly for this painting here. Take care. Hello, welcome to the studio for another live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Kingfisher by the river, live from the comfort of your own home, which is wonderful. Thanks for taking part today. Now let's get ourselves geared up. Here we've got a sheet of quarter imperial 11 by 15 inch watercolour paper. Size doesn't matter, big or smaller, anything goes. Get yourself geared up with your colours, grab a pencil as well, and we'll be starting around 10 AM UK time. We're working on a portrait orientation. This sheet of watercolour paper here is a knot surface, which is a middle grain surface stuck to a board. A slight tilt on your board is all that is needed. Now, next week's workshop, painting beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. You can see a couple of inspirational photographs at the bottom. This is one people have been asking for on Facebook. Here it is. Looking quite busy, folks. We are approaching 70% of the space is gone. Great time to book in is now. We've got two original Matthew Palmer watercolour paintings to give away. If you book into this workshop on Sunday the 30th of May, you stand the chance of winning one of two prizes that money can't buy. Two original watercolour paintings by me, which will be sent out to the winners. And all you got to do to take part, folks, is get yourself booked in. Get in towards 3/4 full for the spaces. So please get yourself booked in. I'd appreciate that. That'd be wonderful. Thanks for your continued support on these live workshops. They are wonderful things. The results that you are churning out is wonderful. It's so nice to see everybody's paintings on Facebook as well. So looking forward to this one, folks. Get yourself geared up and I'll see you around 10 AM. In the meantime, grab a coffee and please do get yourself booked in for Sunday the 30th of May. Paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. It's going to be such a summery, colourful watercolour next week. It'll be a beautiful vignette. So I will see you very shortly for this painting here. Take care. Hello, welcome to the studio for another live virtual workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to painting in this beautiful Kingfisher by the river, live from the comfort of your own home, which is wonderful. Thanks for taking part today. Now let's get ourselves geared up. Here we've got a sheet of quarter imperial 11 by 15 inch watercolour paper. Size doesn't matter, big or smaller, anything goes. Get yourself geared up with your colours, grab a pencil as well, and we'll be starting around 10 AM UK time. We're working on a portrait orientation. This sheet of watercolour paper here is a knot surface, which is a middle grain surface stuck to a board. A slight tilt on your board is all that is needed. Now, next week's workshop, painting beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. You can see a couple of inspirational photographs at the bottom. This is one people have been asking for on Facebook. Here it is. Looking quite busy, folks. We are approaching 70% of the space is gone. Great time to book in is now. We've got two original Matthew Palmer watercolour paintings to give away. If you book into this workshop on Sunday the 30th of May, you stand the chance of winning one of two prizes that money can't buy. Two original watercolour paintings by me, which will be sent out to the winners. And all you got to do to take part, folks, is get yourself booked in. Get in towards 3/4 full for the spaces. So please get yourself booked in. I'd appreciate that. That'd be wonderful. Thanks for your continued support on these live workshops. They are wonderful things. The results that you are churning out is wonderful. It's so nice to see everybody's paintings on Facebook as well. So looking forward to this one, folks. Get yourself geared up and I'll see you around 10 AM. In the meantime, grab a coffee and please do get yourself booked in for Sunday the 30th of May. Paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with stunning windmill. It's going to be such a summery, colourful watercolour next week. It'll be a beautiful vignette. So I will see you very shortly for this painting here. Take care. Hello there, folks. Hi, welcome to today's live workshop. Here we are again. Looking forward to this one. Beautiful Kingfisher. There's a Kingfisher here actually, hiding over my shoulder. Kingfisher by the river. So it's going to be a portrait orientation, working in a vignette style. Vignettes is kind of what you see over my shoulder. So this kind of sort of faded edge style painting. You can see a few examples there as well. It's not this Kingfisher, totally different to this, but that's the kind of style that we're going to be working on. So really looking forward to this one, folks, and again, thank you for being here taking part. It's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. So that's the kind of style of painting that I do animals wise. You can see a few variations here hanging around the studio. But of course today it's all about kind of animals within the landscape. That's the kind of scene, you know. We're going to do a kingfisher, quite a decent sized kingfisher, perched by the riverside. It'll be a nice thing to work on, so do make sure you stick with us throughout the entire broadcast today. Lots of you aren't able to take part live, which is how these things go. As the world gets back to normal, I guess more and more people will be doing them at their own leisure, which is great. Still a fully booked workshop, just lots of you busy doing stuff. Yeah, but here we are for the weekly art lesson. That's what I like to call this. It's a weekly art lesson, a £10 weekly art lesson, folks, with one huge advantage is that if you can't do it live, you can do it at any time you like, which is really good. And of course you can join in later, you can join in at any point. So there we go. Now if you would like to book in for next week's workshop, lots of you have already. We are about 80% full for next week. You can see some inspirational shots at the bottom here. They just around about here somewhere. A windmill, a Dutch or a Holland windmill with those beautiful gorgeous red roofs and the beautiful sails, with a tulip field in the foreground. It's going to be a belter. It's going to be a belter, folks. If you do book in, you stand the chance of winning some prizes. Prizes money can't buy. 2 paintings to give away. 2 paintings to give away. 2 prizes. And all you've got to do to take part in that draw is to be involved in the workshop. If you booked into the workshop next week, you automatically entered into this. There's this weird hand that keeps appearing on the side of, it's like the Addams family, the thing from the Addams family. So if you take part, if you're booking for next week's workshop, now here's the thing, lots of people ask me this question: do you have to book in at the point of me saying this? Well, no, you don't. Absolutely not. It's if you're booked in to this workshop by the end of the live broadcast, you will stand the chance of winning one of 2 paintings by Mr. Palmer. And I'm giving away paintings that I wouldn't normally give away, to be fair, but here we go. We've got a painting here of Venice, a sunset of Venice. So I'm giving this painting away here, folks. Just one lucky winner will get this. We'll pick the winner at the end. And also, because we're doing animals today, we've got some penguins in the Antarctic to give away, which is a painting what I did recently for, I believe it was for Search Press maybe. So I'm giving this away, an original painting here. Okay, and also this picture of Venice, beautiful Venice, sunset at Venice with the gondolas, painted in 2015. So 2 pictures to give away, 2 prizes, and again to take part in that draw, you just need to be booked in to next week's live workshop. The link is in the description below this video, or if you head on over to the website, all the W's, watercolour.tv, and get yourself booked in. We are around about 80% full, so there's still plenty of space available. Or if you've got the email with the link of how to view this workshop today, then you can always access it that way as well. Yeah, okay, so I just had a question. Okay, let's clarify this. 2 prizes, 2 people. So there's a picture of Venice. I'll hide my face. And next door to the picture of Venice, on the opposite spectrum, we have penguins in the Antarctic. So there's 2 pictures to give away here, folks. Today we'll be sending them out. If you've not received your prize yet, we've still got a pile of prizes to send. Lots of you have. We've been sending 2 or 3 prizes each week. Last week's workshop was the 60th celebration, and we were sending out, there's about a dozen prizes to send out over there. So don't worry if you haven't got yours, it'll get to you. It'll get to you. So there you go. While we're talking about materials, that's a great time to book in for the workshop, folks. You will enjoy this. Just imagine a beautiful summer's day in Holland, beautiful windmill. There's going to be a couple of windmills, a large one and a small one in the background, beautiful tulip fields. And if you've been to see the tulip field, what a spectacular display you get. Stunning. So looking forward to that one. But today is about Kingfisher by the river. So working portrait orientation, paper stuck to a board. Size doesn't matter, apparently. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. We've got this stuck to a board and it's ready to go. This particular sheet of paper is that Matthew Palmer watercolour blocks, and you've seen the blocks. We do still have a few left in stock. If you want to get hold of any paper before it sells out again, head on over to the website, pop it in your basket when you order the workshop for next week as well. So a slight tilt on your board makes sense. A little bit of a tilt is all that's needed, and that's pretty much it. Let's have a look down at the palette, shall we, and take a look at some materials that we're going to be using. So yes, I will remove these advertisements. Please don't worry about that, they will go away. Lots of you booking for next week, so 85% of the spaces have gone, so grab a space while you can. Let's talk about materials for today's workshop. Pretty much the same as we use all the time. I mean, I think most of you know this by now. So if you've taken part in a workshop before, then it's the same palette of colours. You've got your three primary colours there. You've got natural blue. Natural blue, beautiful colour. That works really well. So you've got natural blue, that's fine, works every time, can't go wrong with that colour. If you've not got natural blue, then think about using French ultramarine blue or cobalt blue. It really doesn't matter, just a relatively bright blue. You could even use cerulean blue here as well if you wanted to. The red, this particular one is natural red. If you've not got natural red, you might have alizarin crimson or even rose madder. Anything goes. This one here is a bright yellow. Natural yellow light. Make sure you get the light one. Double check the colour because there's two natural yellows. There's light and there's a standard yellow. This particular one, as you can see there, is natural yellow light. What I've done is I've popped a relatively generous square to these colours. There's the blue, there's the yellow, and in that corner here is the red. So I've got the colours in the palette ready to go. Three brushes. I've got the three brushes here. These are the three brushes we've been using pretty much all the time for the virtual teaching, and these are my standard set of three. So a large one, this one's a 20, but you might have a 16 or you might have something a little bit, you know, smaller than a 20 if you prefer. A size 10 or maybe a 12 or maybe an 8, round brush, of course, you can see the round brushes. And then right at the end we've got a size 6 round or a 5 or even a 4, but those three brushes, you can do the workshop. Those brushes, those colours, yes, you can do the workshop. You can, no problem. It's good to add a couple of additional materials if you wish to go down that road. Choice is yours, you can decide. Optional colours we'll talk about shortly, but let's talk about optional brushes. It's rare you see me use these on the workshop. Branch and detail brushes. We have a bit of a word to the wise folks. If you are wanting to get hold of some Matthew Palmer branch and detail brushes, everybody's favourite, we are not all that far off being out of stock of those brushes, and it because of COVID, it's taken ages to get things back in. So get yourself a set, head on over to Watercolour TV, you can pick them up, and that's also true for the lift out brushes as well. Okay, so here we've got a square brush, a chisel brush. This one's 12mm width. It's a Matthew Palmer lift out brush, extra large. It's optional, and this branch and detail brush is very much a rigger brush on steroids. It's a pumped up rigger brush. You can see it's basically internally, it's a nice pointy brush, bring it into view, and then surrounded by this size 8 brush. This is the small one. You get a set of two basically. It's a beautiful way to work. Now that's the basic materials. Yes, this will go at the bottom of the screen. I'll sort that out in a minute too. No need to worry about any of that stuff. You'll have full screen, folks. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. What we've got here, and we did use this last week as well actually. Here we've got some natural turquoise, which puts that little bit of an extra colour into the Kingfisher's feathers. It's not essential. If you haven't got it, we'll just paint it blue. But if you have got some natural turquoise, use it. If you haven't got natural turquoise or any kind of turquoise, then you can mix turquoise from this colour. Can you see here, this colour is called Viridian Hue, and you can see that's a very old tube. Viridian Hue, or another colour which is quite useful if you've not got this, is Emerald Green. Okay, these are very, I'll kind of show you the colour on the screen. If I just pop a little bit of Viridian and just pop it here, you'll see it's a very, almost a garish saturated green. Now if I compare that to natural turquoise, you can see quite an obvious difference between the two, because natural turquoise is seascape colour, great for feathers, peacocks, that kind of thing. But if you've not got natural turquoise, mix Viridian with some blue, and you'll see that you get a kind of a turquoise colour come through. Okay, so it's a mixture of Viridian and blue, and it will give you turquoise. And you can see the more Viridian I add to that colour, the more towards the turquoise it goes. It's not essential, but it's there, and you can use it quite happily in this picture. Okay, if you've got it. If not, don't worry. It's the kind of colour that you buy and think, what am I going to use that for? And of course, last week's painting workshop, which was the Niagara Falls one, and I've got to just quickly give you all the shout out, because that was a belting project, folks. You did amazing. You did absolutely amazing with that picture. And of course, if you missed it, then here it is. You can pick it up. You can buy previous workshops, by the way. If you want to buy a previous workshop at any time, every single one, all 60 are available to buy, £10, and you can paint them at your leisure. But there's something good. There's a certain buzz about painting live, yeah? There really is. Okay, so that was last week's. Well done to everybody. Facebook's been full of Niagara Falls for the past week. Loved it. Facebook, Matthew Palmer Artist. Just do a search, hit like or follow, as it's now called. And then we've also got a watercolour group. It's worth heading onto it. Ask to join Matthew Palmer's watercolour group. We've also got some white paint here, folks. White paint is always going to be useful. This particular one is opaque white. You might have natural white, you might have titanium white. Some kind of white, acrylic would work as well, white gouache, but a white paint would work exceptionally well as an optional colour. It's not necessarily going to be a life and death situation if you haven't got it. So please do not worry if you haven't got it. Got plenty of water here as well. I've got kitchen paper hanging around. I will be doing a little bit of sketching because it involves an animal. I'll be doing a little bit of sketching, folks, for you on this picture. So grab a pencil. What pencil am I using? I'm using this one, which is actually, it's the first one I picked up. It's a 2B. It's a 2B pencil. I'll be using that pencil there, okay? Or HB. I'm going to show you how to sketch a kingfisher. We'll enjoy it. We'll enjoy this. It'll be a lovely little project to work on, folks. Wonderful. You can smell the fear. You can smell the excitement. You can smell the fear around the world. Because yes, people are painting from around the world. Hello to Laura Young. Very happy birthday to Sarah. Sarah's my wife. I'm not going to be able to join you today because I've got to go. Okay, we'll stop there. And you're going to be a diva. But anyway, hello to everybody that's taking part. And yeah, just a quick thank you to people that have wished Sarah. And if you don't know Sarah, she's my wife basically. She's currently on her way back from the holiday. We've just been away for a week. She's on her way back now. We're having a party later. Come and join us. I'll not say where it is. It's in a secret location. Somewhere in Derbyshire. Anyway, thanks for the birthday wishes that you've all sent to, and all the little gifts you've sent as well, and the cards. So very, very grateful. So there you go. I'm sure she'll be tuning in later to say thank you to people as well on the chat. She's currently driving at the minute. So there you go. And I'm here painting. I left the holiday home around 5:30 this morning. Fresh as a daisy. Fresh and 40. Fresh as a daisy. Age away. Right, okay, so let's sketch in the Kingfisher, folks. Got a pencil nice and sharp. Let's get close into this. Let's get rid of the advertisements. But just want to briefly mention, folks, if you haven't booked in already, people are booking this thing very, very, very quickly now. So there is the information. Worth getting yourself booked in if you're not already. The link is in the description. Tulip Fields of Holland with stunning windmill. Looking forward to that one. Next Sunday. If you can't watch it live, you can watch it at any time. And also remember, if the time doesn't work out for you, you can join in at any time you like. The choice is yours. Now, over the course of the past sort of 15 months of teaching virtual classes, we've painted quite a few animals, birds on the workshop. I just want to show you a few so you can get an idea of the sort of thing we've done in the past. Again, all these are available to purchase. Click on the workshop link at the top of Watercolour TV. That's the website, www.watercolour.tv, and you can see a list of all of these to buy. Hummingbird. One of my favourites, the owl. The nighttime owl. That was January. Everybody loved the peacock. The peacock was a beautiful vignette to do as well. All broken down. The swan. Similar style to today, that one, having that nice faded edge, of course. And then we've got the stag. We did a stag. Just want to show you a few animals that we've done on the workshop. Dragonfly. That was a popular one. Flamingos on the beach. And more penguins in the Antarctic. Some of you painted that, yeah? Recently we did a hedgehog in a forest still life setting. That was lovely. I really enjoyed that one, and your pictures were really nice too. And then we also painted quite last year. We did this puffin as well. So that's the sort of style that we'll produce today. But the big thing to say to you is that you really need to stick with it. You've got to stay here. Please don't drift off to sleep, preferably. Oh yeah, of course, as well. One of the favourites was this one. Giraffes, yeah, again, all available. So pick them up online, folks. If you like any of those, you can grab them online. Let's get close in for the painting for today. Getting nice and close into the picture. We're going to get a pencil and we'll do a little bit of sketching. Now what we'll do a little bit later is I'll give you the opportunity to actually email. Let's pop that there instead of Pac-Man. I'll give you a snow leopard creeping in the background. I'll give you the opportunity to actually email me your sketch and I'll check it out for you. Grab a pencil, we'll break the picture down, we'll take it in nice steady steps, just enjoy it. It surprised me and I was pleased that you do really like the sketching bit. There's a little bit of sketching on each picture. So a kingfisher is going to be about here, probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches tall, and then river and a sky at the back. So it's going to be a nice central vignette. If you don't like vignettes, faded edges, then fill the picture. Fill the picture. It's up to you. It's your call. Grab your pencil, folks. We'll get started. You can't go wrong. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm pretty much just going to pop a couple of little markers. I'm going to pop a couple of markers on the side to roughly identify loosely halfway. So I've popped a couple of little on the masking tape so I know where the halfway point is. It's not precise. If you go a bit too high with this, you can chop the bottom off, because like I said, size don't matter. Size doesn't matter. Anything goes, anything goes. Yes, it does. Lovely jubbly. I'm looking forward to this, folks. Grab your pencil, you've got halfway, and then that'll give us some kind of a starting point. So we've painted and sketched a few birds over the months, over the year, over the 18-month period of teaching live. And the first thing I want to do is hold the pencil quite loosely. Hold it quite loosely and practice sketching an oval shape. A bit of an oval shape is what we're going to be doing here, okay? I'll pop it in first and then you can add this to your picture. It's not going to be huge. It's not going to be huge. I I'll give you some measurements, but what I'm going to do is position it loosely around this halfway point. A little bit lower than halfway is where I want to be. So I'll pop that in first, and it's going to be an angle. So my first thing to do, if I get close in here, can you see I've popped in this sort of egg shape. What I want to do here is I want to darken the screen for you. Clive Dobson has just sent me a lovely photograph of a kingfisher. Have you got any... Now, I should probably be careful how I phrase this. Have you got any photographs of birds you could send over? If you have, drop them on email and we'll give you a shout out. It'd be great to see some images. Okay, let me darken the screen. If you want to shout out live, then let us know. So I've darkened the screen enough that it's a little bit clearer to see. The pencil's not as dark as this. Now, let me start again. Let me take this off and I'll recap what I've just done. Okay, so we know that this shape, the top of the shape, sits on that halfway line. Hold your pencil quite loosely. And basically what you do is you do a sketch. Something like that. Let me give you a bit of a measurement to that, folks. I know you like the measurements. So top to bottom, about 3¼ inches. About 3¼ inches, or about 8 centimeters. That's the body. That's going to be the body of the kingfisher. You can see it's a very loose egg shape. Yes, if you've got a photograph of a bearded chuff, I'd love to see one. Lots of you were sending me pictures last summer of bearded chuffs. I've still got them all actually pinned up on a notice board. Let me see if I can... Some of them were interesting. For example, this one. Someone sent me this. Come on. This one was from... Who sent me this one? This is brilliant. This was from Hugh Jones. It's a beard and it's got a chuff in it. Love it. This one was a Derbyshire bearded chuff from Jan Thomas. This is a Welsh bearded chuff from Peter Kimberley. This one, who's this one from? Can't quite make out the signature. I'm sure you recognise it. It's a chuff. And then here we've got a bearded chuff. It's got a beard on as well. Carol Apps, that one. This one was from Pam and Alma, who are watching today. And this one, of course, is the famous bearded chuff. Where's your light coming from? Can't go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? You can smell the fear. Good luck to you. Give it a go. There you go. That was a few. If I've missed your chuff off, I apologise. Chuff me. Right. That's your first one. 3¼ 8 centimeters. You can just about see it's a very faint pencil line. You can see position wise, it sits on the halfway point, a little bit below the halfway point. That's where we're going to be starting out today. Okie dokie. Excited for you. I am. Let's get close in again and then we'll do a little bit more sketching. We'll get close in now. Now we've got a starting point, we know what we're working towards. Now, if you like angles, what angle is that elliptical shape, that oval shape? Okay, I can show you that. So basically, if you've got a watch that's not digital, I've only got a digital watch, it's pointing down to about 8 o'clock-ish, half past seven. Half 7 on Miss Coronation Street. Peter Loss has sent some photographs of some birds, or some paintings of some birds. A beautiful kingfisher that he's painted, and looks like an eagle or a hawk, maybe. Beautiful pictures as always, Pete. Welcome back to Pete. He's been off for a few weeks, so thanks for joining us again, Pete. Today, this is right up your street, is it not? Okay, now we've got that in, folks, let's pop in the next little bit. Now this one, it's going to point down. So I want to pop a very faint pencil line, a little bit above, pointing down to about 4 o'clock. Very weak pencil line, pointing down to about 4 o'clock-ish. How wide is it, Matthew? That's the question I get asked quite a lot. And I can show you that. 4 centimetres or a couple of inches would be perfect. Yes, okay. I'll show you again. So if you book in for next week's workshop, you can win this. It's an original painting. Penguins in the Antarctic. It's not the one we did on a workshop. It's one that I did for a demo for Search Press. These are paintings you can't simply buy. And there's also this one here as well, which is a beautiful evening in Venice, lapping water and distant Venice, beautiful sun reflecting. So there's 2 pictures to give away to 2 lucky people, hey? Perfect. We've got that pointing down. Don't worry how long that line is. Length doesn't matter. Oh yes, it does. And what we'll do is we'll get that pencil and we'll do another oval shape. But where we're going to position this, well, what we're going to do is in our minds, we're going to sketch in a very weak pencil line that runs through the centre of that oval shape and it goes up. Can you see that very weak pencil line? It's the centre of the egg shape. You can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. You can smell the excitement, can't you? Oh yes. And that gives us a good starting point for the head. A similar routine, a similar way to sketch the head. Take your pencil and then use this to do pingu. Okay, quite a wide oval shape. Can you see it's got some width to it? Can you see the width? Let me give you some loose measurements, okay? Inches, length of that is about 1.5 inches. 1.5 inches in length, which is about 3.5 centimetres. The height of it is about 1 inch or 2.5 centimetres. Just to give you some idea of position. Okay. Yes, it looks nothing like a kingfisher, but you know what they say, anticipation is half the fun, and it's never been a better time to flash this on the screen. Hey, keep calm and carry on, because it really is one of them situations that you need to stick through to the end. Okay, honestly, you just got to do it. You got to do it. Once you've got this in, we can then start to add some the detail to the kingfisher. We can get proportions in, etc. A good sharp pencil is required. So we'll give your pencil a good sharpen, and we're going to go around, we're going to get it all nicely sharpened and all nicely sketched in. We're going to beef this thing up quite a bit at this point, which is the next stage. So that's the position on the paper. Okay, fairly decent size, but that's okay. And then we can start to add that beautiful detail. This pencil that you're seeing on screen is a lot darker than it actually will be. The only thing I want to do is at the bottom of this oval shape, the bottom, I want to pop in a bit of a triangular shape for the tail feathers, and they are quite short on a kingfisher. So as it comes down the back, pop in a bit of a triangular shape like so. Okay, very, very loosely done, folks, at this point. Nothing too fancy. Yes, it's another smash robot. For mash get smash. Just like it was a few weeks ago when we painted in, what was the last one we did? I can't remember now. I can't remember. Was it penguins? I can't remember, to be honest. Remind me, Phoebe. Remind me. Remind me. So any questions you've got, folks, please do drop them on the chat or drop them on the old email. There it is. mattartist@me.com. but I will give you the chance to email me some questions. Yeah, so a few weeks ago we spoke about, we were painting an animal, weren't we, and we said it looks very similar to a smash robot. If you're not sure what a smash robot is, it's an old British advertisement on the telly for instant mashed potato. There you go. That's them. And that's what that looks like. Either that or Zippy from Rainbow. Jeffrey. Which is a kids programme. Look. Hag, 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 hag. There he is. Zippy. Hey? Zippy. That's Zippy. I'll probably show some videos of Zippy, but I think people have sort of dubbed them a little bit. So this was like a 1970s and 80s kids TV show. Puppets, Zippy, hag, hag, hag. Jeffrey. You need to Google it. Have a look on YouTube, folks. You can find all information. Anyway, let's turn this in. What a great way to spend your day, eh? You're not wasting your Sunday, are you, doing this, eh? Let's bring this up. Let's bring this up. Let's beef this up. Let's turn this into a Kingfisher. Come on, I've paid £10 for this. Let's do this. Okay, so first of all, we're going to work across the top of the head. Now I'm putting a bit more pressure on, and I want to taper. I'm tapering down, so I'm making it more of a slope. More of a slope, can you see? And then it kind of gets quite square at the back. So have a little look at that pencil. Can you see I've used that oval shape as the catalyst, but then I'm enhancing the shape. Yes, Taslin, you're absolutely right. There's lots of... Same as Captain Pugwash, but we're not going to go down that road today. We're not going to go down that road. We could open up a whole can of worms here, talking about 70s and 80s British TV shows for kids. Lots of adult things happened in them that probably shouldn't have, that they snuck in. They snuck it in. Cheekily snuck it in. Okay, you can see the shape. You can see the shape. We've got the shape. What we'll do then is we'll come down with this shape and we'll start to bring out the body. Now here we've got to think about the width. Kingfishers are quite small birds, but quite wide breasts. Matron. There's another one. Carry on. Let's bring it out. Let's come down here and we'll work down here. Now this kind of goes down, and I want to put a bit of a V shape just there. Little bit of a V shape. Can you see that line? Bit of a V shape coming in. Magic roundabout, yeah. That's it. Peter Kimball is bringing us back to planet Earth. He sent us a wonderful photograph of a kingfisher. Beautiful. And he's sketched it already. Love it. Well done, Peter. Brilliant stuff. Okay, so a little bit of a V shape coming round, and then that will lead you in to the tail feathers, which has a line down the centre. Has a line down the centre. Again, you can see how I'm using those original two oval shapes as the catalyst for sketching this thing in. That's where this thing starts to make sense. Okay, beautiful. Now that's just the left side and the top. My next job is to get the beak in place. That's important, to get the beak in place. Now kingfishers have either a black beak, a all black beak, or a black top and an orange bottom to the beak. That orange band determines if the kingfisher is male or female. The male is all black beak, and the female has an orange base. If you look at this one here that I painted, and I believe there's a video on Watercolour TV, certainly on YouTube, how to do this, a demo. That's a male kingfisher because it's all black. It's all black, okay? Okay. So if you put an orange flick at the base of the beak, and I'm sure you can find some information online about that, it will be a female. Okay, that's how you know the difference between the two. Just for your information for today. So let's get the beak in. Now we can get a bit closer in here to this for doing the beak there. Again, nice and sharp being the secret again. For this. Keep that pencil nice and sharp. Perfect. And then what we'll do is we'll use that line that we sketched in. I'm having pencil problems. Keeps breaking. We'll get there. Anticipation's half the fun. There we are. Okay, so nice and close in. Now that beak, that line that we sketched in is where the beak's going to come from. Slight curve, just a very slight curve down. Length of the beak, let's give you a quick measurement on that, folks, from the edge of that line. It wants to be about an inch, just over an inch coming out from there. And basically what we'll do is we'll go straight down. It's quite pointy. And then we'll do the same from the bottom as well. So you've got that central line going down the middle there. There it is. So it's a tapered line, obviously. And it actually comes back in like a V shape. See the V shape? Bring it into a bit of a V shape. Comes into a V shape like that. You're very lucky there, Pete, to watch a pair of kingfishers pottering around the river. It's always, you tend to see them and then before you focus your eyes they've gone, yeah? I've seen a few over the years, just a flash of blue, you know, flash of turquoise shooting around. So that's how you normally get to see them. They don't hang around much, do they? Yeah, so just over an inch. Just over an inch. Okay, now on the bottom of the beak, we're going to taper down. See the curve? See the tapered curve? And then that starts to work out into the body. Now, notice I'm making it a bit wider than my original sketch, which is fine. See the curve? Let me come back a bit for you. There we go. That's my kingfisher. That's the main shape. Again, quite a wide body. It's because I locked down that. Bring it out. Bring it out. Notice that original internal sketch is still present. Then what I'll do at this point is I'm going to grab the rubber eraser and take away those internal sort of messy lines, just loosely taking them out, folks. Just going to whiz around with the rubber there. Can you see I'm just giving it a bit of a clean up, bit of a tidy up with an eraser. So you've got this nice kind of shape coming through. Again, a few things to make sure you've got right at this point. Have a look at that head, folks. For me, make sure the head, it comes quite high and it changes direction quite quick, so you can always add a bit more height to the top if you want to. Again, it comes down and it sort of meets the head. It's got like a little bit of a curve as it meets the beak. The beak itself shoots back and is quite tapered. It's got that tapered V. Okay. The eye. Let's put the eye of the Kingfisher in next, and it's going to be around about here, and it's going to be an oval shape, not too big. I want to check your sketches for you, as we always talk about. So I'll put the eye in there. There's the eye. Fairly sizey, not huge. If I get really close into that, you can sort of see position wise the pencil on screen is a lot darker than what it is here. You do want to pop in a bit of a pointy V shape either side like that. Again, it's a lot darker on the screen here than what it actually is in real life. Make sure you don't do the eye too big. Just to give you an idea, the actual eye is no more than a 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch is about where you want to be. Okay, on the head there. We've got markings in here. We'll talk about those a little bit later on. Okay. Again, if you need to do any erasing of anything, just, you know, just get these little important tweaks. I will recap the sketch. I always will recap the sketch for you. No question of that. All right. Let's pop some markings inside the head then. First of all, follow this line from the bottom of the beak, this line here. Let's get close into this. Follow that line, bring it a bit further over, and then come down. And then do a line that gets wider and meets the beak. Like a double line. See that double line? So it kind of follows the beak and then drops down. Okay, you see that? That's blue in there, that's going to be blue. And then what we'll do is we'll just make sure that the eye is in the right position. Once that line's gone in, we can then decide if the eye is in the right position. It should be relatively close to that mark. So if it is, if it isn't, just do as I'm doing here. Take it out. We've got to get these right. And you can always bring the eye a little bit lower down. So I want to bring the eye about here, same size. I've just brought it a little bit closer, just a little bit closer to that original blue line. See, it continues from the center of the beak and then shoots off on an angle. So from the center and then shoot off on an angle, almost like an L shape ish. It's like a streak of blue across the face. So again, have a think about that eye. If you need to lower it down, then please do. Let me tidy some lines up around here. It's getting a little bit patchy on the screen, I can see. That's better, hopefully. Hopefully a little bit crisper for you. Then if you continue that line again, this line here from the centre of the beak, as it reaches the end of this blue, I'll put a little B there so we know it's blue. Can't go wrong, can you? Painting by numbers. We'll bring it up, and then it actually starts to go around the eye, like a little bit of a firework exploding at the end. Can you see that little piece here? Comes from this line and it starts to almost bush out like a fox's tail or a squirrel's tail. Okay, that's orange. So you know what we're going to do there, don't you? Oh yes. I'll put an O there. Faintly. For your benefit. I wouldn't do that yourself. I'd just keep it simple. Yes. There you go. Now all this here is going to be blue. But what we'll do is we'll get a line coming down here which tapers down the back. See that line? Down here. So all that area is blue. Now if that corner's too lumpy, which mine is a little bit, I'm just going to smooth it round a touch like that. Perfect. So that's given us the three colours from the Kingfisher's head. The blue, and the orange. I'll recap this. I'll check your sketches for you on email when we get to the end of it, okay? Nearly there, folks. Nearly ready to put some paint on. It's about time. Let me zoom. Yeah, I'll zoom back so you can see the whole section because we're going to do the wing in a second. Can I just mention, just briefly, folks, while we're doing that, again, lots of you looking at booking next week. Thank you again. Always a bit of a worry if people are going to continue to do these after the investment I've put into this. You could buy a nice big family car for the amount of money I invested in doing these workshops. Live teaching, it's great fun. Here is the date for the next one, the tulip fields with the windmill. We painted a windmill last April, a very simple picture. This one, you know, it's got that beautiful building with the red roof, the windmill. Please get yourself booked into that one, you will enjoy it. But I want to mention this one as well. Quite a lot of people that have paid in bulk. Let me just kind of get here. So at the end of a workshop, I'm very dark because I've darkened the screen, but I'm here. I've got a tan. Fake tan, obviously, with this colour. Lots of you have been calling up and paying for bulk workshop places, 5, 6 or 10, etc. Which is great, but lots of them are starting to expire now. So if you've paid for a bulk lesson, 12 lessons, someone did 10, someone did 20, they are starting, for some of you, today is the last one. It's the last one that you booked. So please do get in touch. Give me a call after the workshop ends today. You give me a call. You can call tomorrow, Monday the 24th. Should know the date today, shouldn't I? Monday the 24th. Give us a call. You can pay over the phone. You can talk to me, pay over the phone, and you can book in 5, 6, 7, 10, etc. So again, quite a few people that did pay for bulk workshops. It's run out today. Some have, some haven't. So get in touch if you want to do that, or just book on the website as always. The other way to do it is to buy vouchers. Click on the Watercolour workshop link at the top of the screen on Watercolour TV. At the bottom you'll see where it says vouchers. If you buy vouchers you can use the vouchers for the workshops as well. If you tell us that I'm buying 10 vouchers for 10 workshops, we'll automatically enter you each week. And that's the same if you was to ring up and do it over the phone, we'll automatically enter you each week into it. So you can always do that as well. So please bear in mind, if you have paid for bulk workshops, live workshops, there's a chance that you'll not automatically be entered in for next week's workshop because some of them have expired. And I'll not mention the names here of the people, but I'm sure that you've kept track. You can always ask me the question live on email and I'll reply to you on email. Okay, right, let's pop the wing in, folks. The Kingfisher's looking pretty good. We've got a wing to go. Basically what we're going to do here, that little V shape, the little V shape I sketched in, this one, I'm pretty much just going to come and I want to do a curve that comes round like that, and it's going to go a little bit straight at the bottom, and it's going to go up, it's going to go up, and then it's going to step a little bit higher like that. Give it a go. So again, where that little pointy shape is, bring a curve down, bring it up, and then add a little bit of a mound here and bring that round, and it should all nicely meet. There's almost a circular shape. You can almost see a circular shape there, can't you? Does this make sense? Hopefully it makes sense. Yes, so that's the email address if you do want to send me an email today asking questions about bulk payments or anything, then there you go, there's the email address, folks. I'll leave that on screen for you. Okay, just in case, just in case. That's the start of the wing. That's one section of the wing. We're going to pop some wing detail a little bit lower, and that's going to come down to about here. Let's get close in. I will be checking your sketches, yes. So if you imagine this line here for the base of the belly, I'm going to slightly tweak that line a bit. I'm going to make it a little bit more of a, I'm going to do that there, which means I'm going to take away that little piece. Can you see I've slightly altered the shape of it a little bit, just a touch. And then just below here, in this gap here, we're going to sketch in some little L shapes for the wing. Can you see the L shapes? So again, look, 1, 2, 3, maybe even squeeze 4 L shapes in, possibly, even on the edge. Pop some little L shapes in. Pop some little L shapes in for the wing. The base of the wing. The base of the wing. Those little L shapes. Yes, so, okay, right. So I've just had an email about bulk buying. Right, okay, I'll show you this. Bulk buying is good, isn't it? So if you go onto this website here, Watercolour TV, just to give you a bit of a tutorial, and click on the workshops here, and then right at the bottom of the workshop, it's got these £10 vouchers. If you buy them, you can pop a little note when you check out, but if you bought 5 of those at £10, you could use those automatically, be entered into 5 workshops. You just got to tell us. We have a list. There's about a dozen to 15 people that do this. Some people, like I say, has expired. You've used all your credit up, so just be aware of that one for me, folks. I'd hate you to miss out, especially on something as nice as doing those tulip fields next week. Lovely. That's the basic Kingfisher. There he is, in detail. We'll pop him on screen. Let me recap the Kingfisher, and then we'll move on and we'll do a little bit of basic river. So let me pop this piece of paper here, and I'll go over the Kingfisher again, very crudely. The first thing was to do this oval shape, and then have the line coming down with another oval shape. Then you can pop in the beak if you like. That was about an inch. Then it's a case of sketching the back. Now it's a higher back to the head. and it tapers down, and the same from here, it curves the opposite way. Then you bring it in. Again, if you remember, we brought it wider than that original sketch. So that was kind of where it was. The V shape at the bottom, divide it in half. Then you pop those little L shapes on, and that's kind of where the wing is. Okay. Inside the head, the markings for the head, bring that to one side so we can see it, there we go. The markings for the head, you continue, you put that V shape at the back of the beak, and then you continue that central line back, which then shoots off down here, and then you match it a little bit on that side. And that is blue, that's a blue marker, a blue band, okay? Then you get that nice fox's tail, like so, with the line coming down. That's orange, that's blue. And then the eye, it just sits above that line with the pointy bits on the side. Remember, you can pause, rewind, skip back at any time during the workshop, so it's quite flexible, it's quite easy. Yeah, so Tanya Harris says no drawing. There's certain pictures, Tanya, that we really do have to, and we do mention this, really, to paint the Kingfisher without sketching, it's a little bit difficult, really, and it will make the picture special. Please, Tanya, just bear that in mind, yeah? Some paintings have no sketching, but something like an animal picture, it does make sense to have that little bit of sketching involved, okay? Again, if you don't want to sketch the picture in, if you're watching it back later, you can simply just kind of skip over this sketching bit, but really, this is the only place that you'll see me teach a lesson in sketching. I don't teach it anywhere else, and I'm sure people in the chat will sort of back me up on this, that the feedback I've been getting from a lot of people is that they do enjoy the sketch, and for animals there really would be some sketching, okay? It's almost impossible to paint this thing without the sketch. It's a nice thing to do. Okay, let's mark in the branch here, folks, where the Kingfisher is going to sit on. Let me show you this. So imagine it comes in here from the back of the tail, but then bring it over the top. Bring it over the top of the belly, and then sort of taper that branch down. Be creative, add a few wobbles. Lots of people have been asking for sketching lessons. They have, so hopefully. So I guess I'm responding to feedback here. The fact that people have been asking for more of this. Seems like next week's windmill, there's no sketching involved because it's just a windmill and you can sketch it just with a very few basic pencil lines. There's my branch. Now notice the branch does overlap the bottom of the belly. If you attend an in-person workshop at places like Guildford and Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, I give you a sheet of paper ready drawn, and there's kind of no sketching. Whereas here, I've realised after 60 weeks of doing this that people have been kind of enjoying that. So I apologise. Sorry, I can't remember your name. Tanya, if it's not quite what you wanted. There we go. Beautiful. So that's the branch. Now again, overlapping the branch would be a good idea. Feel free to put as many branches coming down here as you want to. Notice these things get thinner. Again, you don't have to sketch in the branches, you just paint them in. If you're just painting a tree, you just put them in, but I'll put them in because it makes sense, really. And that will be a very nice little thing to do. Treat it as a separate lesson. Okay. What I want to do then is I want to sketch in a pencil line for the background. And it's going to be very loose, a very simple pencil line. This is optional. I'd say probably just a bit in the head, do a horizontal line, then sort of zigzag it back like that, zigzag it down, and that's enough information to give us the riverbank, okay? See that little sort of staggered pencil line? Yes, you could bring a little bit over that side as well. So it's a straight line here with a bit of a zigzag tapering down, and that's enough information to do the painting from. That's your sketch. That's your sketch, and I hope you've learned something from it. I'll leave that on screen. I'll leave it on screen. I'll pop this. I'll pop this here. Where are we? That's the email, folks. If you want to send an email of your sketch, I'll check it for you. Again, it's another little service that we can actually do. Nicole Chumfellow, what's the measurement from the tip of the beak to the back of the head? Right, so the whole width is about 3 inches from tip of beak. It's quite large in the scheme of things. Beautiful little sketch there. Looking forward to getting the river in as well. So that's kind of the first little bit there. Alison Turner. Hopefully this is something close. Yes, Alison, that's a good sketch of your Kingfisher. Brenda Lehman, that's a good sketch. If you want me to check it for you, just send it over, pop it on email. Carol Barnard, we love the sketching, please keep it going. PL Matthew, it looks fabulous, what a cracking composition. Jeremy Martins, the main reason I do the workshops is for the sketching. Alright, okay, well that's nice to know. Jean Mockford, yes, you're good. Brenda Lehman, you're a good sketch. Vivian Day, yes, sketch is fine. Like I say, next week there's pretty much no sketching, so grab yourself a space, folks, if you want to. There's just, I think there's like 2 pencil lines, but whenever you see an animal in the title, there's going to be sketching. Naturally, it's got to happen. And that's part of the reason why the animal book's done so well, because it's got the sketches in there. Claire Frost, let's have a look at your sketch. Claire, I think the beak's a bit big. The beak's a bit wide, Claire Frost. Make the beak a bit smaller and make the belly a little bit wider. So a little bit wider here on yours, Claire Frost, and the beak wants to be thinner and a bit less. A little bit less. Jackie Pullen, just waiting for these emails to load, folks. Just bear with us, okay? Let's keep things nice and positive, shall we? So, Jackie Pullen, yep, that's good. Barbara Jenkins, your sketch is fine. Bridget Tucker, Terry Willis, and Mary Armstrong, yours are just loading. Bridget Tucker, I could say, could you make the beak a little bit less? Make the eye a bit smaller. This is Bridget Tucker. Reduce the length of the beak, make the eye a bit smaller, and then you've cracked it. Terry Willis, you're good. Mary, a little bit wide on the belly. Mary Armstrong, that's not getting personal, that's your Kingfisher. Just kind of reduce it in a little bit on this side on yours, Mary. Kimberly, Peter Kimberly, is that? Yours is loading. Laura Critchley, yours is fine, Laura. Taslim, you're okay. Peter Kimberley, a little bit too large here for me on yours, Peter. Just reduce it in a little bit here. Just reduce the breast a bit. Just a touch. Laura Critchley, you're good. Taslim, you're okay. Pam Foster, loving the sketching, learning lots. Please continue. Yes, that is a good sketch. Deborah McVitie, great name. I love that. I love that. Elizabeth Grant, love the sketching, can't always paint on the day, but do love the sketching part and then paint later. Nice way to do it there. Deborah McVitie, yours is fine. Peter, yes, Peter Lost, that's good. Irene Style and Margaret Roy and Betsy Ensley, yours are just loading up. Irene Style, yes, perfect Irene. Margaret Roy, you're good. Betsy, beautiful, good sketch. Karen Wolf, Jennifer Ray and Jeff Moon, yours is loading. Karen Wolf, you're good. Jennifer Ray, yes. Jeff Moon. Jeff, a little bit slim on the neck, Jeff, so just want to make it a bit wider here on yours on this left side, that's all, okay? Carol Clark, yes. Rose Gething, you're okay. Wendy, not sure the surname. It says Mike Wend, if that helps. But yes, good sketch. Janine Miles, yours is loading up. Yours are just, yes, spot on. Connie Craig, you're good. Oh, actually, Connie, could you make the top of the head a little bit taller? It's a bit squashed. Just make it a little bit more curvy. And the eye more round as well. That'd be great. Connie Craig. Paula Bates, that's fine. Yoshi, love that one. Brilliant, good sketch. The beak's a little bit wide, Yoshi. A little bit slimmer on the beak. Leslie Evans, please keep sketching. I could not do this without it. Yes, Leslie, your sketch is spot on. Well done. Margaret Lewis and Lynn Howe and Natalie Trudgell, yours is just loading as we speak. Margaret Lewis, perfect, good sketch. Lynn Howe, nothing attached to yours, Lynn Howe. Do you want to resend it? Lynn Howe, do you want to resend it? Claire Frost, still a little bit long on the beak. Just take 1/4 inch off the end of the beak. So Lynn Howe, nothing attached. Natalie Trudgell, a little bit large on the head, so just kind of on the left side, this is Natalie Trudgell, just kind of shave 1/4 inch off and make the beak a little bit longer as well. Natalie. James Priddy, yours is loading. Andrew May, yours is fine. Brenda Muldoon, Fred Bedford and Natalie Trudgell, sorry, James Priddy, yours is loading. James Priddy, you're good. Brenda Muldoon, yes, perfect. Fred Bedford, that's good. Jane, this just says Jane. Jane Fern, maybe, if that helps. The beak could be a little bit longer. And can you put a bit more width on the back, the left part of the head? Bit more width on the left of the head, make the beak a little bit longer. Claire Frost, J, you're fine. Sylvia Summer. Mary Kelly and Jill Lewis, yours is loading. Sylvana Summer, you're good. Mary, could you make the beak a bit longer? Make the beak a bit longer. Jill Lewis, you're fine. Elaine Reid, yes. Lynn Howe, yours is now with us. It's just transferring. If you sat waiting around, folks, thinking this is taking a while, just get yourself booked in for next week. Put the kettle on. It's all part of the process. giving you that feedback. Lynn Howe, yes, good sketch. Mary O'Reilly, Barbara Smith and Sue Kelly, yours is loading. Just bear with us. Anticipation is half the fun. I think that when we first started doing the workshop 60 weeks ago, we did only, there was 0 sketching until about week 12 to 15, and then we brought little bits in, and obviously the website still says no sketching, but I don't know why I'm justifying myself, but I'm just sort of telling you that's kind of what happened. Minimal sketching, and not every week, Mary, yes, beautiful. O'Reilly. Barbara Smith, a little bit longer on the beak would be good. Barbara Smith, longer beak. Sue Kelly, could you reduce the width of this line, the belly and the breast? Could you bring it in a touch, just a slither? Julie Morby, Jane, this one is Jane Fern. Yes, Jane, that's good. Julie Morby, you're good. Myra Poidsley. Peter Kimberley and James Priddy, yours is just transferring. Myra, yes. James Priddy, yes. Peter Kimberley, perfect, that's better. Peter, you cracked it. Cal Roberts, that's good. Anne Matthews, yeah, it's a good sketch, Tricia, nice. Tricia Smith, that is. Good sketch. Diane Swain, Barbara Keenan and Pam Hodge, yours is just loading. Diane Swain, perfect. Barbara Keenan, yes. Pam Hodge, yes. Clive Leyland, yes. This one is from, there's no name, but it's MCFD Reuter. Carol Barnard, your sketch is fine. Please keep up the sketching during the workshops. Yes, so MCFD Reuter, you're good. Nicole Trumfella. Sue Kelly, that's fine. Revised sketch, perfect. Nicole, you're good. Looking good. Terry Willis, great feedback on sketches, Matthew, thanks for this. That's from Terry. Denise Scott, just loading yours through. A couple more minutes, folks. This is an opportunity to have a little bit of a breather, I guess, as well. It all makes sense, folks, it all makes sense. It all comes out in wash. Denise Scott, perfect. Okay, so that's your sketches, folks, there. And like I say, animals really do warrant sketching, so any more that come through I will keep an eye. If you're watching it back at a later stage, absolutely send it through on email, not a problem, and I will reply to you. It depends on the time of the day, of course, but if you are watching this back later, which lots of you do, it's no problem to reply to your email. This one has come from Natalie Trudgill. And yes, the beak could be a bit longer, Natalie, a little bit longer beak. This one's come from Lady A. Sounds interesting. The sketch, great name, Lady A. Is that not a band? Lady Arboretum or something? A country band, like them. Beautiful. Good sketch, Lady A. The beak's a bit flat. Can you make the beak a little bit more? Can you see how the beak sort of is more of a taper, more like a curve, not so pointy? That's Lady A. Jane Kingfisher. This is Jane Fern. Your sketch is fine. Paula Bates, sketching lessons excellent. Learn lots, it improves every week. Jane, a little bit longer on the beak, maybe a 1/4 inch on the beach. That's the one, Peter Loss. That's the one I'm thinking of. Perfect, well done. That's the sketch ready, folks. Let's get the colours reset and then we'll get some colours mixed and chuck some paint on the paper. Well done on your sketches. I shall be keeping an eye out on the email as well, so if you've got any questions, any doubts, any problems, painting problems, of course, then please do get in touch. Now, like I said, folks, there's a little bit more involved on the sketching on this one, which means the painting is quite relaxed. Let's chuck some paint to paper. Where can you get this service anywhere else for a tenner, eh? Keep it clean. You can't, can you? You can't. You can't. You just can't get it, can you? Okay, so what I'm going to do, folks, is use a fairly big brush. I'm going to mix up some colours. I'll put them across the top of the screen for you. I'd recommend that you mix the colours as well, and then you can have a look yourself. This one's from Angela Jeremy. Another sketch just come through. Yeah, perfect. Nice one. All the way from Australia, I believe. Is that right? Am I saying that right? I believe you. I think you've been in touch before, telling me you're from Australia. So nice to see. Lovely. Okay, let's prep some colours then, folks. So I'm using my biggest brush here, and what I'm going to do is, I've got no water in the palette yet. It's dry, bone dry. Little bit of water. Notice the wipe on the side I'm doing here, look. So mix your colours with me, and then as far as the painting, it's lashing it down out there. Sometimes when it rains very heavy, like hailstones, I think, sometimes the internet can go off, so just bear that in mind. Just bear that in mind. Natalie Trudgill. Yes, that's good, Natalie. Perfect. So just kind of bear in mind if we lose connection, it's because of the weather. Blame it on the weatherman. Right, tiny bit of water, just a little bit. What we'll do is we'll take some blue, and we'll pop some blue, just blue, and we'll pop it just here. There you go. Medium sort of strength of colour for the blue. Beautiful. That's the blue. Can't beat it. Just think of it as a double lesson. That's the Jonathan Cox sent an email saying, I look at these animal ones as a double lesson. I'm getting two. That's a nice way to look at it, Jonathan. I'm getting two for the price of one. I'm getting a sketching lesson and a painting lesson. Well, there you go. There you go. I know that everybody can sketch, but you know, some people naturally do it, some people don't. Maybe I should charge double if it involves sketching. Should I do that? No. There's the blue. There's the blue. There's the blue. There's the blue. What we'll do next, folks, is we're going to grab some pale red. A little bit of red, but very pale. That's the red. We'll pop the red just here. Now, just take a look, folks. That's natural red or crimson or rose madder. Much paler. The blue is much heavier. We're going to get a slightly evening or morning sky here. So a very pale pink would work quite nice for that. What I'm going to do is add a little bit of yellow to that. Just a touch to make it a slight peachy colour. So if you compare the colours now, can you see that one's, it's very similar to light skin tone. If you've got light skin tone, you could use that. But basically I'm turning this colour here into that colour, okay? Just adding that little bit of yellow, just a touch, but not strong. That'll give us a nice bit of a warm base to the sky and of course to the water. Dean Arborough, your sketch is great. Spot on. Okay, so two colours so far, you can see them in the palette. This is another great feature about these live workshops. You get to see the palette in great detail, which is not always the case when you're doing one of these in-person workshops. So that makes quite a difference. Clean the brush really well. Perfect. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to change brushes. So So that was a big brush. We're going to move down to a smaller brush. This one's a size 10. Nice and clean. And I mix up a couple of greens at this stage, okay? And what we'll do here is pop a tiny bit of water, a little spot of water in 2 mixing areas. And I want to mix up a green. I'll put the yellow in first. So we'll put the yellow in first. There's the yellow. So there's a couple of blobs of yellow in there, fairly strong for the yellow, fairly strong. I'll put the colours here in a second. Add a touch of blue to one. So you get a very light green. Notice I'm wiping the brush on the side, so I'm not wasting any colour here. That's one green. Now, if you mix the 2 natural greens together, for those who are using them, perfect. The second one is the same with a touch more blue. Just add a little bit more blue. And if I put the greens together, you can see quite clearly that one is a touch darker than the other. Again, you could use the darker green on its own for that one. But it's basically, it's yellow with a touch of blue. This has got more blue. That's the colours that we're going to use as a starting point. Just as the starting point. So if you prep the colours, why did we change brushes? Because the brush that you're going to paint with is the brush you should be using to put the paint on, and we're going to be using this size 10 brush for doing the trees, whereas the big brush for the sky in the background. Okay, that's your colours. My advice to you is just sit back, relax for 2 minutes. I'll put the paint on. John Kierman, yours is just loading your sketch. Spot on, John. Spot on. Okay, so I want to put a wash of colour. It's going to be sky, water. So equal parts water, equal parts sky. You can fill your picture if you want to, but for me, this is going to be a vignette. I'm not going to do the whole sheet of paper. What I suggest you do is you watch me first if you want to. So what I want to do is use that large brush first. And very simply, I suggest you just watch this. I'll give you time to do it. And at any stage, take a photograph, send it over, folks. Not an issue. We'll put it over if you get problems, of course, that is. We're going to wet the paper, top to bottom. So I suggest you just watch. This paper, we have a few blocks left. So if you want to get hold of a block of paper, it's that beautiful cotton. You can buy packs of 5 as well of the paper, which is a nice way to get hold of the stuff. So I've wet it once, okay? I'm going to wet it a second time, especially if you're using the likes of this cotton paper. Wet it a couple of times. Try not to over soak it, but certainly a good coverage. If you look at this, you can clearly see the water on there, look, can't you? If I do a little bit of a... Yeah. It's got a couple of coverages. Linda Ross, is it Linda Ross? Your sketch is loading, Linda, as we speak. Carolyn, Jeremy, loving the sketch, thank you. Right, okay, so that's got plenty of water on. Again, make sure it's nice and covered, folks, even if you have to, you know, refresh it at any time. Then we'll go straight in and we'll put the sky in, okay? Nice sketch, Carolyn, Jeremy, and Ian Ross. Yes, I'd make the beak a little bit longer, I think, Ian. Sorry, Linda. It's because your email's got an eye on it, just confused me. Sorry. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll come down to the palette. I'll pick up this peachy colour, which is very similar to the likes of light skin tone. It's like a peachy orangey colour, very weak. Just wipe the excess off on the side. That's always a good bit of a tip. Notice the consistency of this colour. It's not that colour there, it's this one here. It's the peachy colour. Not too strong is important. And then basically I want to twist this colour in. Let me get close into this for you. It's very pale, I want to twist it against the paper. See the twist? that little sort of, like a wiggle, like a wiggle. Now you can go around there, around the sky, and also horizontally into your water. It doesn't matter one bit if you get some of that paint over the top of your Kingfisher. This colour, as you can see quite clearly, is very, very pale. Okay, very pale, and that is all part of what we want here. Okay, so please don't make it too strong, folks. Do horizontal lines in the water, bring it right down to the bottom. You paint over the Kingfisher, not a problem, but you twist it in your sky and you do horizontals in your water. Very light colour, you can barely see that, but that's because it's such a pale colour, such a pale colour. Okay, then what I'll do is come back to the palette again. I will clean my brush at this point, and again I'll wipe that excess off here. That's important, and I'll grab that blue, natural blue of course, or French Ultra Cobalt blue. Again, wipe it off. Rotate the brush through your fingers as you wipe it across the edge, because it takes some of the paint away, and that'll reduce any bits of runs and things. It's always good to have some of this in your hand as well, kitchen paper, to give it a bit of a tab. But basically twist it in the blue, twist the blue in your sky like this, give it a twist, and it makes it look a little bit cloudy, I suppose you could say. Yeah, let me get that. Sorry, you can't see that, can you? There you go. Twist it in. You can bring it down towards the bottom here if you want to as well. Get a bit more blue coming in. Twist it down. And then down into your water, down into the water, we're going to do horizontal lines. Bear with me, folks, bear with me. Horizontal lines. Again, yes, you can come close to the Kingfisher, but I would avoid getting a huge amount of paint on the Kingfisher at this point. Horizontal lines in your water. Bring it down like so. Now, there's not a huge amount of paint going on the paper intentionally. That's all part of the fun. Get a little piece at the back. That's the start of the river. Now at this point, you've probably got a few hard lines that you're not liking, like me. A few little bits and bobs that you think, oh, a little bit too strong then. How can we cure them? How can we soften it in? Well, what you do is you clean the brush really well, you squeeze it through your fingers, even give it a bit of a pinch, and it's nice to go in with that brush and twist around any hard lines around the edge. See how I'm twisting around the edge? You can soften, you can twist, you can blend, you can bleed. So it's water squeezed through tissue, through your fingers, and it allows you to go in and soften in any hard lines that you're thinking not quite convinced about them, and it allows you to put a bit more interest into your sky, which is quite nice with the blue. Perfect. And the water as well. If you think your water's looking a bit patchy on these lines, you can just use it to feather. As long as you've almost dried the brush, you can feather and you can blend quite easily the blue, so it just sort of fades in. It fades in, okay, which is quite nice. What I'll do then is I want to paint in the starting point of the trees. Okay, the starting point of the trees are going to go in next. So stick with me into the palette. This is the smaller brush. Remember to change brushes. Go for the lighter green. Wipe that excess off. Even give it a bit of a tap on tissue. I'll recap all of this as I always do and give you time to do it yourself. So we're working around that pencil line, that zigzag. We're going to do a little bit of green at the back here. It's the same twist. The same twist. Make the twist larger as it moves over. Like so. My paper's almost dry here at this point, but that's fine.
I'll repeat the song.
We've got problems with Alexa there. She's randomly talking to us. There we go. Twist it in. There we are. Give it a good twist. Again, it's quite patchy, but we're going to soften all this in. Notice they're very thin and they get larger. Straight into the darker green. I'll recap all this. Pick up the darker green. Always wipe off that excess on the side. Always do that. And then basically I'm going to do some tiny twists along the bottom. Still twisting the brush. Rotating the brush. It's the same technique as the cloud. Along that edge. Like so. There it is. Now, to blend all this in, to blend it all together, do what you did in your sky. Clean that brush really well, wipe it off on the tissue, pinch it even, and then just have a little bit of a scribble. Have a scribble around these edges. This is just the background, but water through the tissue, through your fingers. Scribble around those edges. It's going to look a mess. Bear with it, folks. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us. This is the background. You need to bear with us for this one while you add all the wonderful colours and the detail. And in a second or two, I'll be recapping all of this for you. So please do not go anywhere. Now, I just want to grab this colour here, the green, and pop in a few horizontal lines in the water to represent a little bit of reflection as well. So it's the same greens. I just want to get a little bit of reflection coming in, just a touch. Now it's all going to melt into one at this point, that's fine. Trust me, I'm an artist. Let it all just melt in, let it all just disappear, let it all become part of the water. Again, if it looks a bit odd, looks a little bit harsh, get water on your brush through the tissue and then soften it into the picture. Remember that water tissue thing is quite important. Now, if you've not started yet, that's great, because I want to recap all this. I hope so. Because there's quite a lot to think about here, so I want to recap it. Now, I must admit that this dried very quickly today. It's not the warmest of days here. I mean, it's been a lousy month, but I'm going to pop that reflection in there, okay? So that's where we're at the minute. That's how it stands as a start. Down here, I want to recap it for you. I'll start off by very, very loosely sketching in what we've got. So if I do, that's the picture there. Sketch it in very loosely with a black pen to help. So this is the quick recap. If you've started, that's fine. Crack on with it. If not, I'll quick recap. So let's sketch in a very quick, rough looking, Kingfisher. That's the line for the river. So what do? How do we paint this in? Well, this is what we do, okay? We start off with the large brush, clean of course, and you wet the paper a couple of times, not to over soak it. I want to give you time. Remember, you can pause this and start playing at any time, so why not practice it like this first? Why not do this rough version first if you're not feeling confident with it? First colour is the sandy colour, or the skin tone colour, and it's basically twist. It's like this. Notice that angle of the brush. It's not straight down to the paper, it's on a slope, 45 degrees. Twist it in around the bottom, and then a few horizontal lines in the water. That's the first colour that goes on. Very pale, you can barely see it. Clean the brush, wipe off that excess water. Wipe off that excess water. Big thing that people forget. Even get that kitchen paper to tap off that excess. Pick up the blue. Again, wipe off that excess blue on the side of your palette. Twist the blue in. Twist the blue in. Work it into the peachy colour to get that evening feel. Get the horizontal lines in the water. Like so. The back of the Kingfisher. Again, if it looks too harsh, too patchy, this is the stage we spoke about when we said clean that brush, squeeze it through some kitchen paper. Squeeze it through your fingers, look. Like this. So you can use that damp brush to sort of feather any hard edges in the sky, or even sort of feather away any hard edges in the water. Like so. It's just the starting point of it, you know? It is. It makes a cloudy sky, a slightly overcast sky, which is quite good for this summer. Not quite summer yet, but we're getting there. Important to change brushes, folks. These are the two greens that we had. The lighter green, notice the wipe on the side. and notice the tap on the tissue. So the green goes in next, and what we do with the green is we do a little twist at this side and we twist across. Doesn't matter if it's dry, but it's the same twist. Again, notice that angle. See the twist? Twist it along, make it higher, fill it in, so you get that sort of mass of trees. Get the darker green again, wipe on the side on the tissue. Pop a little bit of dark along the base, like so. And then pop in a few horizontal lines to represent some reflection. Feel free to put some lighter horizontal lines as well, but horizontal being the key. Then again, simply clean the brush, squeeze it through your tissue, through your fingers, as much as you like, and you can blend the dark into the light. You can soften any hard edges. And even now at this particular stage, if I come back to the picture here, I think, well, actually, these lines are a bit harsh. They're not, but if there was, I could clean the brush through the fingers and I could tickle the edge and it will soften it. But that is your first stage, folks. That's your first stage. Why not have a bit of a practice? I want to give you some time to do that. Not a problem. Again, any questions, drop them on email, but that's where it's at this point. If you put too much water on, just give it a bit of time to settle in. Don't worry, folks. Please do not give up at the early stages. Dean Arborough, your sketch is fine. Diane Ray, yes, good sketch. Yeah, great stuff. Wonderful. Give it a go, folks. Give it a go. You can't go wrong, really. Can't go wrong. We're going to spend some time on the trees. Got some lovely flowers coming in on this picture as well. All this happens live, folks, so please stick with it. And I know some people do ask to see the finished painting, but part of this is creating something live. Creating the picture live is important. It really is. It's all part of the fun. Just, it's a £10 lesson, folks. It's the price of a couple of coffees from Costa, you know, from Starbucks. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy the process. I have to think, if I were charging £70 for a live workshop, which I'm sure some people do, then I would be a bit concerned if I advertised something like sketching and I didn't do it all. But you know, here it's a relaxed art group, folks. You know that we produce paintings week after week, and if you've missed any of them, remember you can get them all previous ones. Here they are. Last week was the 60th live one. You can see them here, folks. We've done some stunners. We've done some belters. We have. Have a practice first. Why not? Do a rough version. But all this will have detail and shadow added to it once it's gone in its first stage. first painting we did on a live workshop was sort of top of the screen there. I'll try and show it you. That kind of lake scene. This one here, it's got like a boat on it. Sort of top middle. Yeah, okay, I can do that. So, Linda, excuse me, it's this one that we're giving away. Linda, Scene of Venice. Prizes money can't buy. And 2 penguins in the Antarctic. Originals. People are still waiting for prizes. Alan Patrick, Anne Matthews, Sarah Cook, Rose Clayton, Leslie Evans, Susan Haynes, Alma Blunt. Who else? David Simpson. I think that's everybody. We've got a prize pile. Just in case you would worried where yours has gone. Now you know. Okay. That's going to have a dry at this point. If you've got a dryer, use it. If not, just leave it. Pause the video. Come back to it once it's dry. And then I'm going to start to add a little bit of separation into those trees, okay? Let's get nice and close in to that area. And then we're going to start to work on some trees, folks, okay? So at this point you may have run out of colours, and I am going to change brushes for a smaller one. We've got a size 6 brush here. It's the 2 greens basically, so I just want to make sure I've got enough of the colours here. So it's the yellow in both and the blue, but remember that touch more blue in the second one. So we've got a darker one and a slightly lighter one. Again, if you're using natural greens, mix the 2 together for the lighter one, and the darker one by itself would be ideal for that one. And I also, at this point, want to get myself some grey, some natural grey, some grey mixed. You can use natural grey here. Much better to mix the grey than to use Payne's grey. Payne's grey is very dark, very black. neutral tint and translucent grey are also very black as well, so watch out for them. So if you've got natural grey, use it. If not, grab yourself a tube off the website, folks. It's a beautiful colour, well worth paying the £6 or £7 for a tube of natural grey. Okay, so there's the blue. There's the blue. Yeah, listen, folks. So I've had a couple of people that have sent me emails in saying that they want to give me a ring after to pay for some workshops. If you want to get in touch after, my advice to you is drop us an email. Drop us an email, mattartist@me.com, and say, Matthew, I want to give you a call and pay for, you know, just one workshop or 2, 3, 4, whatever. And you can talk to me and I will hang around until you call. I can do that for you. If you want a space saving for next week as well, let me know, and that will enter you into the prize draw for the paintings as well. Okay, so if you want me to hold you a space, I've got 3 people already that are asking for spaces, then do it all on email. Grey, we've got the blue, we've got the red. So add the red to the blue. You can see here you get more of a purple. You get more of a purple, slightly darker blue, and then we add little bits of yellow, touches of yellow, and you'll see it start to get darker and darker. Now if it goes very green, add a bit more red. If it goes very purple and mauvey, then add more blue. But that's the grey. That's the grey. I'll move the camera so you can see it better. There it is. Natural grey. So it's blue, touch of red gets purple, touch of yellow, you're going to get that grey. It's always good to have that colour hanging around. So a question from Pete. Matthew, do you paint these from your own photographs? I've always been very lucky that I've got lots of contacts in the world of photography. I used to teach photography for years in Photoshop and all that stuff. So I know a lot of people that have kindly supplied reference photographs, royalty-free images if you like, which some of the paintings do come from. A lot of the paintings are from my own photographs, but how many people have got a photograph of a kingfisher? So using reference material is useful. But I've also been very lucky that I've always had a good memory, a bit of a photographic memory. So I can remember buildings and shadows and trees and animals quite well, and I've painted thousands of birds. And you kind of just know how to do them. If you said to me now, Matthew, can you paint me a parrot? You know, I'd know how to do it without looking at any images. So I've kind of got that background, that knowledge, which I hopefully put across towards you. And the compositions that we do on these workshops, 90% are from my imagination with reference photographs to support it. Last week's picture, obviously, that we did of Niagara Falls was very much from reference images from Jeff, a friend of mine, who sent me some images across that we've now discovered was from the American side, not the Canadian side. I had no idea. A few people were complaining that I did the wrong side. I can't win, can you? But to be honest, but I mean, you know, it was a great picture last week. I love last week's workshop. It was really good. So 2 greens, strong grey. Let's use the darker green on the number 6 brush. Notice the wipe on the side. And then we'll come to the picture here. And what we'll do is we'll get close in here. And I want to loosely mark in some horizontal lines, fairly clean lines, in the form of steps that represent the edge of the water. Okay, and we can do a few of these, step them up, but keep the lines horizontal. Can you see those lines, those little horizontal lines, little steps? Yeah, once you put those in, it gives you a base, and then what you start to do is you start to spot, you start to put little spots above those lines. This is the darker green. So I'm now not stippling, I'm just spotting. After all, the focal point of the picture is the bird, but we still need shadows. Can you see that these lines in the form of dots are starting to form little L shapes? Little L shapes. Alright. Now, I'll just mention I'll pop a little bit of a line there as well, with some spots above. So I'm basically spotting the tip of the brush on the paper, and I'm moving higher. But I'm using it as a way to separate some of the trees. So it's almost adding little shadows to the tree. Now if you're crafty and you're clever about doing this, you can control how you actually add the shadow. So if you imagine the top of this big tree here as it comes down and then another one begins, so that L shape you can almost take all the way to the top. And as you move away from these spots, you start to get a little bit wider, more space between them, more loose, more free spottage, if that makes any sense. So you move away from the spots and you start to increase the width between the spots. You can see that here, look, so I'm sort of opening them up, making them wider, creating more gaps, and that's the darker green. So on the top of those original lines that are popped in, you can barely see the top edge of the line. The bottom edge, absolutely, it's there. Can you see what I mean? So that's the darker green stage. Then what you do, folks, very simply, stick with me and then I'll give you time, is you simply clean your brush in the water there. Just give it a bit of a wipe on tissue. Pick up that lighter green, but all the time, you'll always see me rotate that brush through my fingers and draw it over the edge. It's important. What we'll do then, come back to the picture, and we'll put some lighter spots in, but we'll leave big spaces. It's like a gradation effect, but with spots. So there's no water, no blending. It's just working more to the left and above of those original lines, and you can start to play with the shape of the trees and you can work them into trees. It's a loose effect, it's a nice effect, which really suits, in my opinion, suits vignettes, which is what we're doing. Basically we're painting a watercolour vignette, but if you're clever you can use it as a separation tool as well, like I've done here. So maybe these are willow trees, or you know, or sort of distant, I don't know, oak trees or whatever, doesn't really matter. And I'm putting a few spots at the top of the trees. You can see that being quite free, being quite loose. Yeah, it's been nice to see Andrew Mears mention this. He's put some photographs on Facebook. It's been nice to see people's paintings over the past week. A lot of you know I've had a week off for my wife's birthday. It's actually today a birthday. I had a week away with the family, and it's been nice to actually look on Facebook at all your paintings and all your comments. Of Niagara Falls has been quite well mentioned online over the past 7 days, so well done to all those people that took part. Again, if you want to have a go yourself, it's all online, so you can buy the workshop, the past lives as we call them, previous workshops. So you can see I'm being quite free and random with these dots, but I keep revisiting that bottom edge where that dark is. You can see me do it and spotting away so it blends in. It starts to give separation to the trees. A quick zoom back will show you how it's looking, but you're starting to get structure, and this is what it's all about. Yes, we're going to get flowers in these corners. That's going to be lovely, that, to put the flowers in, but looking forward to painting in the bird as well, which will be a great thing to do. Well done on the sketches, by the way. Brilliant job on the sketches. Dan Screen, loving the workshop today. Thanks, Dan. Are you booked in for next week, Dan? Get your name down. Remember, it's the windmill, the tulip fields, the Dutch, also Holland tulip fields next week. So you can see I'm just continuing to spot, and what you do every so often with this is you'd sort of step back, you'd sort of walk back, you know, you'd lean back and you'd have a look at your picture, and then you'd just kind of continue to add more and more of the same. Keep adding spots and dots, and you know, and don't be afraid to build it up. It doesn't want a huge amount of detail, but enough just to create that slight separation of the trees. And just take a moment to think about where you put those shadows. Where would you put that darkness? Will the darkness come down here? And it's really about the composition. You can always revisit the darker colour at any time and make it a little bit darker in places. But it's the L shapes that have made it look as though the trees meet the banking, the water's edge. And of course, with it being a vignette style, can you see on the left side of the picture, I've almost put no spots there because it's like out of focus, it's incidental. You can see I put a few there but wouldn't do many. But on this side, I'd certainly add spots growing outside on the white because it looks good. You can see it on screen. Stick with it, folks. Don't give up on your picture. People do. It's a common thing. It happens. But try your best to stick with us. Persevere through to the end, because that's what makes these paintings shine. Keep spotting any blank areas, put some more spots, build it up. Alison Turner not looking good. Send it through, let's have a look at it, Alison. Send a photograph through, mattartisme.com. I'm sure it's fine. Keep adding spots, keep looking back at your picture. Have you got these clear L-shaped separations? If not, put them in. I could add as many as these as you want to. If you look on screen, I'll show you that you pick up the dark colour, wipe off that excess on the tissue. I could do an L shape here, along up the side there like that. See the little L shape? You come back to your lighter green, wipe off the excess and spot next to the lighter green, sorry, the darker green, and it becomes part, and it makes another separation. Each L shape will separate the tree. You can revisit those ones as well by putting more dots on them. Like so. You can revisit them. It's all part of the fun. Try and be positive. It's so easy to say your picture's not working. Last week was a good lesson in this. I saw the viewing figures go down from 170 last week to like 130 because people expect every little stage to work perfect. There's a wall that you hit, and paintings don't look perfect at every stage. You've got to go through that. You've got to persevere to the end. Last week was a great example. Niagara Falls, using the toothbrush to splatter the mist, adding the white paint here made such a big difference. It really did. You just got to persevere. Alison Turner, she sent an email through there. So, while yours is loading, in fact, there we go, Alison. That's looking good, Alison. Nothing wrong with that, it's fine, spot on, you've got nice texture. Leave it there, leave it as it is. Claire Frost can't see me, but she can hear me. Maybe, Claire Frost, you need to refresh your browser. Has anybody else lost my vision? Reload the link, possibly. I am here still. Terry Willis, you're at the stage where you've just got the L shapes. Your next stage is to bring in all these light green spots, which if you look close, gradually work out from the darker green. But so far, so good. It's fine. Keep spotting. Keep adding spottage. Let me know, Claire Frost, if you're back with us again. Ah, you're back. I'm back. There you go. Sorted it. Perfect. So if you walk back a little bit, half close your eyes, so it's a little bit blurry, or take your glasses off, and if you can see a gradual transition in the dark colours, then you know you're on track. Okay? If you can see a definite hard edge between the dark and the lighter green, put more lighter green spots around to the left of the dark. Peter Kimberley is using his small tree and texture brush. Lovely. Looks good. Looking good. Okay, let's pop in some reflections. A little bit more in the way of reflection, not a huge amount. Using the darker green again. Again, it's good to do that little bit of a wipe on the tissue. Just blow those darker bits. Let me see if we can see this clearly enough on screen. We're going to reflect any L shapes you've got. So if you've got an L shape here, for example, we're going to put some little horizontal lines that come below. Very freely done to represent reflection. This one here as well. Horizontal lines coming down. Notice how I've made the lines get wider as they go down. So pick it up on the tissue, darker green. L shapes, very loosely done to represent a little bit of reflection of the trees. Okay, so you can be careful where you put them. And tying them up with what you've already done. As long as you keep your lines horizontal, it'll make that impression of the river, and you can just pop a few lines at the side as well. Look, just randomly anywhere that you want to, basically pop in a few random lines, but almost revisiting those reflections of those L shapes. And all the reflections I'm doing, folks, are made up from horizontal lines, helping the paint flow in the water. Horizontal lines being the secret. Yeah? Bye to Diane Race, she's got to shoot off, but she'll catch up later. That's what happens on these workshops, you know, especially now people are getting back into the normal world of various things. Nice little area tucked away in the corner. Love it. That's just enough detail, in my opinion, to give us that nice clear riverbank, and then this crisp in focus bird is we're gonna start to work on that soon. We'll be taking a break in about 30 minutes, as always. How many people are booked on the live virtual painting retreat? 20th of July. There's some information. As a lot of you are now aware, painting holidays aren't happening this year for various reasons. And if you are booked on a holiday, if you've not been called, you will be soon. It's been a very stressful process as painting holidays this year, because holidays happen in May right through to August, and lots of reasons why. But if anybody wants to take part in this one, the live virtual painting retreat, it's a 3-day watercolour tuition basically. And the first day is a live painting of the Lake District sunset, mountains, that kind of thing. The second one is Venice, and the third day is a Mediterranean seascape. So on your screen from home, you'll see me with the easel stood looking over towards the view of the Lake District at sunset time, Venice and the Mediterranean. So I'll be transported there through the powers of technology, and I will teach you how to paint that view from a photograph, or should I say from the live scene. You'll see the gondolas bobbing around in the water, you'll see the waves crashing in the seascape. So 3 days, and if you want to join in, folks, it's the 20th, 21st and 22nd of July, 3 days. It's £50, step-by-step tuition. It'll be around about 11 AM until around 3 PM every day, and you'll produce 3 paintings. It'll be something a bit different. We'll have live critique as well. If you want me to critique your picture, send them through an email. We'll talk about them, we'll discuss them, if you want to do that, of course. And it'll be a nice thing. It'll be a nice thing. So you can book that online on Watercolour TV. Click the holiday tab to do that. Click the holidays tab, and that's the place you'd book those in if you want to do it. Lots of you have been booking that one, so thank you for that. Virtual, it's got to be the world's first, that one. It's got to be the world's first virtual painting retreat. It's got to be, hasn't it? Surely. Lake District, Venice and Mediterranean seascape. Okay, that's cool. That's the water. We're going to make a start on the bird and the branch now. What I will mention to you, just to finish off on the trees for this stage, yes you can. So Pat's asking the question there, can you look back on these at any time? Yeah, so basically once you've purchased this live retreat, exactly like today, it's yours to keep forever. So you can basically watch them back. We'll go through the sketching together, we'll go through the colour mixing, the painting, but on your screens you'll see a scene of Venice in front of you, and me stood there through the powers of modern technology, as my dad used to call it, being superimposed against Venice, and I'll teach you how to do it. It'll be a great fun few days. Can't wait to do that, folks. So if you're not booked in, let us know, get yourself booked in. Barbara Jenkins is booked with a friend of hers, which is wonderful. It's yours to keep. It's yours to keep, basically. Okay, so just to sort of come back to this, folks, I'm going to pick up a little bit of that grey, just a touch of the grey, but here's the thing. Dry brush it, wipe off the excess colour, so it's very dry. So you've got a little bit of paint on the tip of a number 6 watercolour brush, and what we'll do very simply on the edges of these trees, where the trees meet the water, I want to just pop a little line of grey, quite a broken line of grey, little spots, just to give me a little bit of extra shadow, okay? A little bit of extra shadow. Just little spots and dots, like so. Lovely, that works. Just a tiny bit of grey, it just helps to give it an actual... Hello to Carol. Carol's just got back from church and she's going to paint the picture tomorrow. That's the great thing, Carol, about these, you know, you can do them whenever you like. Okay, let's move on to the branch for the Kingfisher. That's my first job. But just before I do that, I want to paint in the beak. We've got the colour. So I'm going to get close into the Kingfisher now. And I want to paint the beak in because we've got the grey. We might as well make use of it. Let's pop the beak in. Okay, make sure the grey is heavy. I want to recap the grey for those who aren't sure. Absolutely fine to use the ready-made grey, which of course is this one here. Natural grey. It's the same colour, but you get the perfect colour each time. So I want to mix it up for you. Blue, thick blue. Red, so you get the purple. See it at the top of the screen. If I bring the camera up a touch, you'll see it better. There it is. So you get the purple, and then of course you add the yellow, and the yellow will make the colour grey. Quite strong. Don't be afraid to have that grey quite heavy. Have a good mix of it. Play around with the colours. You know, it wants to be a strong bit of grey. You need it to be quite heavy in your colour there. Okay. Let's paint in the beak of the Kingfisher. Now, I'm happy to use this number 6 brush, and a few tips that you can apply to your brush to make sure it is quite pointy is to rotate your brush through the colour, rotate it, and even over the edge, and even that little bit of a tap on the tissue, so you've got a nice pointy brush. Now, if your brush isn't as pointy as this, then you might want to be thinking about using something smaller, like a rigger brush, or something like a 2 or a 3 brush. If you've got something like that, think about it. Okay, think about what brush you use here. Yeah, so Rose Clayton, last week on the workshop, you've won a painting of... actually a parrot, actually. Did you not realise you'd won it? This is yours. This picture here. It's got your name on it, look at the bottom. There it is. So this is yours. There it is. You won it in the big 60th prize draw. It'll get sent out to you soon. Original. Prizes that money can't buy. Good strong bit of grey. Again, think about using a smaller brush if that's better for you. So how do we paint the beak? Well, we do the top and the bottom section separately. Nice strong bit of colour. Let me show you. Now, when I use this brush, I will hold it like a pencil or a pen. I'm going to do a male with the black beak. So I'm going to go, I want to outline. So this is why I'm saying you might want to use a smaller brush, because you've got to get into that point. And I'm basically going to outline the top and the bottom of the beak. Can you see that? Left a little light bit. The top beak, the top section, just wants a line that goes straight down the top edge towards the edge. So far what you can see, folks, is the top is just a line. The bottom has got a line across the top and the bottom. Then what we'll do is we'll clean the brush, we'll wipe the brush almost dry. I rotate it through the tissue when I do that. Put the brush inside and just drag the colour into the beak and drag the top colour down. Now, I don't want to go over old ground, but just imagine doing this without sketching. It gets a little bit complicated. So it's nice just to have that option that you've got that sketched in. And that will give us the beak. The grey should be rich and heavy. Spot on. Absolutely bang on. Blue, red, yellow is your colour. If you wanted a female, you can add a touch of orange into that area a little bit later. And that's basically as simple as it is, really. Like I say, folks, the darker the better when it comes to these sort of colours. So have a little think about that one. Nice, rich, strong colour, which is great. Then what we're going to do, folks, is paint the eye. We're going to paint in the eye of the Kingfisher as well. So we'll get close into that and we'll do the eye. Now, it's trying to get the highlight of the eye is important, but not too stressful, because if you don't get the highlight, white paint is, or even a craft knife is very useful. But that's as close as I can get with the camera there, so you can see it nice and clear. Basically what I want to do, and again I've got a rest on the paper here, this is where you get your close-up glasses on. Really getting close into this. What you can do is you outline the eye. Again, you might want to use a smaller brush. So you outline it like so. You see I've done a ring around it. Then what you do is you come back and you paint a line a little bit higher than halfway. A little bit higher than halfway. You can see it's clear as day. These cameras we're broadcasting in are the same sort of cameras that are used for TV. Honestly. The likes of this. These are really professional pieces of kit, folks. These things, these are monsters, which means you can see detail. You can even see the grain in the paper. You're not going to get any problems with me using a phone or an iPad for my workshops. It's proper cameras, folks. Again, all for a tenner. I'm trying to make it clear that these are good value, aren't I? And then I'm going to basically fill in the bottom section like that, and then try and get close. Have a look at this. What we're going to do here is paint a line down there and a little bit of a wider line on the right. That will give you the eye. And the reflection. If you don't get that reflection, if you can't do that amount of detail, simply leave it and later you can put a bit of white paint on once you've finished it. Okay? It's all about keeping it simple, in my opinion. Alright? Yeah, Someone just said, can I show the beak as well? There you go, you can see a bit of both there, look. So again, please don't worry if you don't manage to get the highlight, because that can happen later. Looking forward to getting some colours on this thing, and of course it'll all take shape. We've pretty much got the river, we've got branches and flowers to come in the foreground. It's going to be a lovely painting, folks, and please, I hope you enjoy this. Having that nice pencil sketch is going to make this so much more relaxed as a painting to do. And if you did enjoy the animal sketching side of it, have a look back on some of the previous ones. Have a look back on the peacock, the robin on the branch, the stag of course, the puffin, the owl. Recently we painted a goldfinch on cherry blossom. That's on the right of the screen there, look. So it was all broken down for you, and hopefully you enjoy it. And of course the secret to that little stage was the grey. But what I want to do now is I want to mix up a bit of a branch colour, a bit of a twig colour. I've got the grey, let's mix up a new colour. Number 6 brush, yellow and red will give orange. Now if you've got dark skin tone, you can quite easily use that colour. So I'm mixing up orange, not massively thick, and then adding a bit of blue to this. Adding some blue to that colour, and it will start to darken the colour a bit. So basically mix an orange and then put little bits of blue with it, and it makes a colour that's not a million miles away from dark skin tone. There it is. And that's good for the branch with the grey as well. So those two colours are going to work together, the grey and the brown at this point. So again, yellow, red and touch of blue. Not too strong with that colour. The grey should always be strong though. You need strong grey in your mixers. Hello to Devin. Devin says it's 4:30 here. Whereabouts are you, Devin? Let's find out where you are, folks. I love it when you do this. Send me a photograph of your workstation. It's great to see your working environment. Send them through an email, I'll give you a shout out. If you want to send a photograph of you sat working at the workstation, get someone to do it, send it over. I could maybe put a face to some of these names that we've been meeting every week in the virtual world, but never actually had any images of people. So if you want to send us a photograph of your workstation, that's the email address, folks, top of your screen, mattartistme.com. Do you want to send a photograph of you in your workstation, please drop them on mattartistme.com. We shan't show the images online, of course, it's just for me to see, but feel free to do that of your workstation. Northern Arizona, sounds cold, Devin. In the mountains. Oh, let's see some photographs. Send some photographs over. Okay, let's get down to the branch down here. This will be nice to paint in, folks. Not too thick with that colour. Remember that one is the mixture of the yellow, red with a touch of blue. You can use dark skin tone, make sure the colour's not too heavy compared to the grey. The grey should be quite strong, and it wants to be. Okay, number 6 brush. Now, we've not mentioned where's your light coming from for quite some time. It doesn't matter, I'm not really going to bother with that. It's not a problem. What I'm going to do though is have a look at this branch here, the thick part of the branch, and use the grey and put the underneath of the branch. So here, where the tail feathers overlap the branch of the Kingfisher, we're going to paint in a bit of a L shape. You can see the L shape, it goes nice and flush up against that tail feather. Perfect for this. And then on the other side, I want to do another L shape, and this one's going to run all the way along, but when it meets a branch, stick with me, get it? Stick with. When it meets a branch, you can literally branch off with a bit of a creative wobble. There's one here as well, look. Give it some character. This is putting the underneath of the branch. Now, where it meets the branch, leave a gap before you do the next one. Give it some character. Don't be afraid to put this in quite fine. Make use of the point of your brush if your brush is pointy. But if you look at that, that's basically, if I zoom back a bit, that's basically the shadow underneath that branch. Now, the thing to mention is I've painted the line cleanly up against the edge of the tail feather. Give it a go. Peter Kimberley has sent a photograph of his workstation. He's sat there with his laptop. He's got his palettes there, all set up. It's nice to see how people work, actually. Mary's in Ireland. Nice trees, Mary. And she sent a photograph through. She's using her iPad mini, by the looks of it, to work along there. Now, once you've painted in this shadow, clean the brush and then pick up the brownie colour, which is not massively thick. I'll just dilute it a touch if you want to. Again, wipe off that excess while rotating the brush through the fingers is a good way to just get that right amount of colour on. And the plan here is to paint in the rest of the branch, but trying to get the grey to actually kind of blend. Now that grey's thick enough to blend, so it's quite easy to scrub that colour, and then you can scribble and you can basically work in like so. Give it a bit of a scribble, and then you can start to make sure it blends. And if you spend a bit of time working towards the edge, you can encourage the paint to get a bit closer in for you. Encourage the grey to move. Can you see you can almost scrub the grey away? So it leaves that natural shadow, but at the same time gives you opportunity to revisit it, because it's such a heavy colour is grey. If it's mixed thick enough, of course that is, it's quite easy to get like nice and close in and basically blend, reactivate that grey, which is a very easy colour to reactivate if it's thick. And you can see I'm working down. If I zoom back a bit further there so you can see, there it is. You can see that you can actually start to taper towards some of the finer branches, like so. once you get to that stage, you've sort of got your main branch in place, ready for the fine twigs, we'll call them. What you need to do though is just take a moment to look at this and see, have you still got a hard grey line at the base? If so, just revisit it. It's worth revisiting it anyway, because it gives character to it, you know? And you can see that I'm starting to taper these down, and they sort of almost taper away, if you like. Clive Leyland has sent a photograph of his workstation. Now, Clive's got it sussed. He's got a TV on his wall. Don't know what size, 42 inch maybe, something like that. And which is a great workstation, because if you can watch this on a TV, which you can easily, because it's YouTube based, it's a really good way of actually seeing it, because you get that lovely detail. It's got a nice little brush rack, a nice desk there, smashing little workstation. Mary O'Reilly has it sent through hers as well. She's got a nice little desk surrounded by flowers and plants there, which is beautiful. And she's got all the colours geared up. And a nice looking set of trees as well. Nice. Now as you get towards the finer branches, this is when you might consider using something finer, like a branching detail brush or a rigger brush or something. It's up to you how you go, but I'm happy to use this number 6 brush. What I'm going to suggest to you though is, for some of the finer branches, is that you actually change the colour and you start to make this colour a little bit darker, not much. So here's what I suggest you do. Let's get a bit closer in to the palette for this one. What I suggest you do is you take a bit of the grey and you pop it into the brown. So you've made the colour, you can probably just see that it's a little bit stronger. But a good tip, again, think about which brush you use. Okay, wipe off that excess on the tissue. That does help. So you've got a little bit of paint on a pointy brush, and hold your brush like this, look. Hold it like you're writing. Hold it like you're writing, because that does make quite a significant difference in the detail that you can actually get from this. And then think about painting in some fine tapered branches here. We'll put some leaf on these trees, of course we will. And then we'll bring these out here, and you can add as many or as few branches as you want to coming down. It works lovely. With it being a vignette, use the tip of the brush. With it being a vignette, it's lovely to actually branch out from the edge of the picture. I'm going to put some leaf around here and some plants and various things, as we mentioned in the description, so you can really bring these into play and you can get this nice branching. Feel free to add more branches, weaving them around. This is just this new colour that's a little bit darker, It's got a bit of grey with it, but it's still that same sort of sandy brown colour, which is ideal for this. And literally as many or as few as you like. You're in control. Make use of the tip of the brush. Don't just rely on the side of your brush. And then of course we'll put some leaf on. And of course it's leaf that makes the difference. Have you still got some greens in your palette? Well, it's a case of alternating between that lighter one, you know, one that's more yellow, or the darker one, and you can start to put some leaf on. Okay, and if I show you the palette, it's the greens I had before. Now yes, I've just about ran out of these greens, but it's a pretty straightforward colour mix. Just clean that yellow a little bit. So that's the yellow and the blue, of course. And yeah, just add some leaf to it, you know, play around with the green colour. You know how to mix it, it's easy enough to mix. And think about spotting loosely around, you know, random lengths. It is a summery themed picture after all, so it certainly needs some leaf on. Make them as large as you feel they should be. You're in control. So, Andrew Mayer sent a photograph of his workstation. He's sat there with his headphones on. Hello to Andrew. And looking happy there. Lovely trees, Andrew. Liking that. Paula Bates. Paula Bates has got a helper. Is that Persian? Persian cat? Paula? I'm probably wrong in that one. Beautiful. And Dan Screen. Well done, Dan. You've actually sent me a selfie. I like it. It's good to see a face. We have a face. Nice trees as well, Dan. So looking good there, mate. And a good picture. A nice looking studio, actually. You've got plenty of inspirational paintings, liking the peacock on the wall there as well. So excellent. Yeah, so think about adding some leaf. And you can add as many or as few as you like, and you can decide how many, how few you want to actually add. Some smaller dots, some larger dots. It's nice. Like I say, a few flowers are going to creep in as well, so we'll not take up too much space. I'm going to add some colour a little bit later, but that is a nice starting point on the branch. Okay. And a good starting point for the picture, all in all. Now, we are going to be taking a break, okay? I get the clock on the screen, so you know that the screen hasn't gone still. So, taking a bit of a break at this point, folks. I'll put this back on. What we're going to be doing is having 30 minutes. So here in the UK, the quick time check live broadcast is about 1:45 here in the UK. So about 1:20 hello, we're going to be starting again, folks. This is just a break. People like to get a sandwich or breakfast or a coffee or whatever in your time zone. If you're watching this back at a later stage, just simply skip the red bar past it, bottom of the screen, skip it past it, and you'll see that we'll resume. Now, can I talk about this workshop here, folks, for next week, Sunday the 30th of May. You can see the beautiful inspirational pictures there of the windmills. There they are on the screen. Looking forward to this one, folks. Paint beautiful tulip fields of Holland with a stunning windmill in watercolours. There's going to be a couple of windmills on it. It's going to be a nice one to do, folks. Little to very tiny amount of sketching this one, couple of lines to make sure you get the windmill straight, and then you're off. So spaces wise, we are about 80% full. So if you're interested in booking into that one, now is a good time. Of course it is. And the continued support, if you keep booking these, does make a big difference to these painting workshops. For the price of a couple of Starbucks coffees, you'll get yourself on one of these workshops, folks. Okay, head on over to the link that's in the description. I'll leave that on the top of the screen for you so you can see, and we'll start back in about 30 minutes time. But the most important thing is that you do not give up. You keep the paint flowing, finish the picture. You need to finish that painting, folks. Keep calm and carry on painting. Do not give up. So many people do at this stage. Finish it off. I promise you, that's when the painting works. And I'll see you in about 30 minutes time, folks. Have a bit of a break, get yourself booked in for next week. Think about the virtual painting retreat as well, And again, if you want to give me a call and book over the phone, let me know on email or just give us a call afterwards and you can pay in bulk. But remember, lots of you that have booked in for bulk workshops, it's starting to come towards the end of the bookings. So if you do want to get those in, helps my confidence with the continuation of virtuals. It's always a bit of an iffy one. Do you continue? Do you stop? Hopefully we'll continue. If you keep booking, we'll keep continuing. Samantha is loving the workshop so far, and she'll see us after break. Take a break, get yourself a Kit Kat, folks. We'll leave the clock ticking, and we'll be back very shortly. Again, you can skip past this entire section. Well, wonderful. Here we are, folks. We're back. Ready to crack on. Lots of you send in photographs through of your workstations and where you set up there. Angela Guest, she's using a PC monitor. She's got all the Mr. Palmer brushes there, looking good. Paula Bates's cat is a Tonkinese, if that's the right way of saying it. Hello to Tiffany Shoemaker. And she sent a photograph of yourself. Hello to you. Georgina Burns, your sketch is good. Irene Style has got a nice kitchen set up there with your paintings on the wall, looking good. And Elaine Reed working in a conservatory. Wonderful. But we are back. Thanks for those photographs that you've just sent through, folks, of your workstations. Elaine Reed, Irene Style, Dean Arborough, so far so good, liking the branch. Tiffany Shoemaker herself sent a photograph, hello to you. And Angela Guest as well. We're going to crack on. And I'm going to start to work on the Kingfisher himself now. So let's talk a little bit about colours before we go any further then. So we've still got a few colours hanging around. Oh, hang on. Let's get the camera fixed first, shall we? Bear with it. There we go. A glitch in the system. So in your palette at the minute, you've probably got 4 colours. You've probably got some grey, this browny sort of tan colour, and a couple of greens. Perfect. We'll leave them there. But what we'll do is we'll introduce some colours for the Kingfisher. So it's probably a good time for me to change this water. I've got some clean hanging around in the studio. There it is. Some more kitchen roll as well. So we've spoke a little bit about the turquoise at the start of the lesson today. We spoke about the differences between having the turquoise, like natural turquoise, and having Viridian Hue or emerald green. Now if you've got those colours, that's great, it works, it's a nice colour to have. If you've not got it, please don't worry, you can just use blue for this. If you've got some cerulean blue or cerulean blue, that colour is also very effective for the Kingfisher. But if you've got the option to mix your turquoise with a number 6 brush, have a little think about getting some natural turquoise on its own, not too thick, medium sort of strength. I'll pop the colour here, lovely colour. If you've not got that, you can mix, as I mentioned previously, Viridian, which is quite a well-known watercolour, with blue, and it will make turquoise. As you can see. Okay, if you've got emerald green, you could mix that with blue as well. If you've got no turquoises or no Viridians or no emerald greens, just skip that colour completely. My second colour is going to be the blue with a little bit of the turquoise popped in it, or the Viridian, but mainly blue. But adding that little bit of turquoise or that little bit of Viridian just gives a bit of life to the colour. We've got the grey. Now that grey is a bit dry, just a bit of water, and you've soon got it reactivated again. We then need orange. Now orange is a pretty straightforward colour to mix, of course. It's yellow, clean yellow. So if your yellow's a little bit on the dirty side, then you might want to mix a bit more. And the red, yellow and red, plenty of red for that orange. You can use natural orange here if you've got it, that'd be ideal. But I'm mixing the colours, a fiery orange. There it is. So basically 3 colours. That's one colour. Which is your turquoise or your Viridian and blue mix. That's blue with a touch of the turquoise popped in it, or Viridian, or just blue by itself. And the third one is a orange colour. It's also worth, in my opinion, and this one's optional, but I would say it's worth getting another colour prepped, and that is just going to be yellow on its own. Yellow by itself, I'll pop that just here, and that colour will just give us a slight variation in tone for the actual bird. Think about it, it's up to you, okay? It's not essential, it's not needed, but it's there. Okay, so that's your colours. Back to the picture. Let's put the orange in first actually, and we'll start off actually with the yellow, and we're going to do this down the edge, the right edge of the bird. And a few random strokes inside. Can you see where the yellow has actually gone? It's gone from underneath the beak straight in without cleaning your brush. This is the great thing about watercolours. That opportunity to mix on the page is great. Straight into the orange, and then bring that straight in, go right into the yellow, leaving a little bit of a white line. As you come down from here, leave a bit of a gap before it meets that blue streak. You can see I've left a bit of a gap there. A little bit of a gap. Bring it across the top of the wing. Bear with me, I'll show you this first if you like, and then you can do it yourself. It's up to you, or you can work along. And then bring it down, following the shape of the wing quite loosely. Let's come back with the camera. There it is. And then it pretty much goes all the way down the edge of the wing. And then it's the right half of the tail feathers is also in the orange. Now if you notice, I've been very patchy with how that's gone in. It's not pristine, it's not perfect, and there's a reason for that. And the reason is that you can then blend it all together. Simply pop your brush in your water, give it a good clean, and then just give it a couple of taps on tissue, look 1, 2, make sure it's clean as you do that. And then put your brush inside all this and scribble it all together. And it just basically blends all in, leaving light areas, leaving dark areas. Moving the paint on your paper is the idea. You can see that for yourself happening. This line at the top, this kind of L-shaped line that you can see, it's worth just making sure that you just ever so gently feather that in. Can you see I'm just lightly feathering it in? Just a touch. Just that little bit of feather going in there. Now, there's one more bit of orange to mention, and that is this fox's tail. I'll recap this for you. I'll go over it again for you. The fox's tail, basically here with the orange. Again, you can be quite patchy, you can be quite random, and it comes down and it actually goes into the beak a little bit. So you get a little bit of orange just down that central. It's probably quite difficult to see that on the screen there. There's like a thin little bit of orange on the beak. You see that orange there? A little bit around the edge of the eye as well. So can you see where I've popped the orange? Just the orange. So it's a line that comes from the beak into the fox's tail. You clean your brush well, you wipe it almost dry, look folks, can you see that? And then you just put your brush inside that orange and just gently feather it in. Don't blend it away, just sort of soften the edge a little bit. If you like your detail, there's actually a nice little bit of orange just on the bottom of that little section there as well. Just across the top of that wing. Again, clean the brush through the tissue, give it a soften. Now, if I zoom back on this, on that section, you can see the colour's gone in nicely. So what did we do first? We got the yellow. The yellow was the first colour. Here it is. And the yellow, that one on the left of the page, the yellow actually went down the edge of the beak all the way down pretty much to the bottom. Then straight into the orange. No need to clean your brush, just blend it over and you get that nice bit of colour coming through. Think about the fox's tail, think about the little bit near the eye, the bit down the beak, and of course that little piece just there. But that is all I need to do with the orange. If you've got the yellow handy, it's not a bad idea to pop a little flick of yellow just inside that orange area there. I always think it brightens it up. Can you see that little bit of yellow? Very subtle, it's there, and it'll just add a bit of warmth, a bit of colour to it. I'll leave that on screen for you folks, give it a go. That's just the next stage in the equation. Remember, anytime you can skip back on this. Give it a go, you can't go wrong really. Just enjoy the process. We're going to block it in and then we'll come back and get all that lovely detail. I'm going to go and fetch some clean water and some kitchen paper. I'll be back. Hopefully that's looking good. I'm just going to drop back into the palette, folks, just for a second, because the colour that we've just used, this orange colour, has pretty much done its job. But have you got a little bit of this brown here from the tree to pop in with the orange? Of course, it'll make the colour a little bit darker. If not, if you've run out of that brown, add a little touch of blue to that colour. And what I want to do is add some shadows and markings to the orange. So make it a little bit kind of towards a brown. Blue will do that. At the bottom, mainly, you might have a pencil line that shoots up here. Well, I want to use this brush to do some zigzag lines that come down. See that sort of zigzag L shape? Okay. I'm also going to do a little bit of that, bear with me, down the edge of the wing. All the way down the edge of the wing. Just a single line, and then a touch under from the beak where it changes direction. So 3 areas. L shape here, down the edge of the wing, and just there. And then what I'll do is I'll clean my brush really well, give it a few wipes on tissue so the brush is like just damp, and then just gently sort of feather that away. Can you see I'm feathering this towards the right? That's feathered down, and that's feathered down as well. It just puts a bit of natural marking, a bit of shadow into the Kingfisher. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, Tesco's were closed unfortunately, but luckily Morrison's was open. Just that little bit of shadow you see. Already you see a little bit of a lift, don't you, from the wing? Just a touch lift, a little bit of a lift coming through. A slither. While I'm relatively close into that area, I want to take a bit of water on a number 6 brush, and I'm just going to pop a few little sort of spots and taps around this branch here, just with water, and then press it firmly, and that'll take a little bit of colour off, just to give a bit of character to the branch. Nothing major. There we go, that looks good. Depending on how fine you can get your brush, and if you've got some grey left, and this will get emphasised more with white later on, have a little go at bringing in a little bit of claw. You might want to use something finer for this. Just a tiny impression of those two lines, and we'll add more to that. A little bit around there as well. We'll add more to that later. We'll put some white there that'll really make it pop, and just randomly use that grey just to sort of potter around the edge of the branch, where the branch meets the bird. Add a few wrinkles, a few creases, and just a few little bits of random interest. Just adding a few wrinkles and creases here and there. Well done, Terry, thanks for booking. We'll zoom back to that area there. We can see that you can pop little bits of creases, little bits of wrinkles. It does help if you dry with your brush, which means picking the grey up and taking it off, like so. And certainly one to practice is the splayed brush effect. You've seen me do this before on birds, where you do this little feathery effect. It's the kind of place where people get a bit carried away. So it's a dry brush. If I zoom in close, you'll see it better. It's a dry brush which is taking the colour off, and then it's pinching the bristle, and then it's doing the very light strokes with these spiky tips of your brush. And it's certainly one to think about practicing. Don't go crazy with too much of those little dry marks. You've got to be a bit cautious. My advice to you is practice on a scrap piece of paper like so, and that's all we're interested in doing. Subtle with a silent B. If you want to really impress your neighbours, you could build up more of that darkness underneath the wing and down into the tail feather area, because it's giving natural shadow. Can you see I've made it a bit more grey here where the orange meets the blue part, which one obviously we'll get to the blue part soon, but it's those little bits that will make quite a difference. Them little dry flicks. And a nice spiky dry brush is just a wonderful little way of adding detail. It's great. Give it a go. You can't go wrong, really. Yep, I'll zoom back so you can see the whole section. There it is. It's amazing what a difference these little bits make. Every bird painting I've ever done will have this dry brush work on. If you look here at this woodpecker, you can see these dry marks. But notice how they follow the contour, the shape of the animal. A definite one to have a quick practice at before you jump straight into that deep end. Again, build it up, make it darker down the edge of the wing. You can see that grey. And once you've got to grips with it, thinking, I like this, you could even do a little bit in your water as well. I'll show you from the trees coming down in the trees. It makes the water reflect more. Can you see if I zoom in a little bit closer to those? Basically it's taking this brush, I mean you can see, look, if I do this on my hand there's almost nothing coming off the brush, but there's enough to catch the divots in the paper, and it just somehow gives a reflective feel to the trees. Yes, you can use a fan brush for this. This small fantastic would work nice for this, and do it over there. It's what it's designed for. put some downward reflections in your water. Again, a phrase I say quite often if you want to impress your neighbour, where you add the dark L shape in the tree, well, you could add a little bit more downward drop in that area to represent more in the way of reflection. If I zoom back, you can see what I mean by that. Looks good, doesn't it? Really starting to come together now, folks. Looking forward to getting the blue in the finishing touches to this, and then a few flowers poking up in the corner will really finish this painting off. You can't go wrong, really. What could possibly go wrong? Don't forget, folks, if you're planning to give me a call after, there's 3 people I have said this already, to book in for next week. You need to tell me so I can enter you in the prize draw, because we'll pick the winners for the 2 paintings at the end. Again, it's the penguins in the Antarctic, this one, these will be given away, and this sunset of Venice with the deep colours. These will be yours. How many people in the chat have booked for next week? Give me a thumbs up, give me a yes, or drop us an email. Let us know you've booked. It's good to know. How many people are watching that have actually booked? Because there's quite a lot less people watching that is actually booked onto today's workshop. Bit of market research. Okay, that's good. Let's add some blue to this bird then. So we've got the 2 colours. You've got the blue with the turquoise, you've got the turquoise on its own, and I'm going to be mixing and matching. My first colour to use would be the blue and the turquoise mix, or the blue by itself if that's all you've got. Janet Elson's booked in for next week. Pam from Southland's booked in. Pete's wife said I went into Morrison's to get some kitchen paper. I actually went into my other studio because there's 2 studios here, and that's why I was a little bit longer. Pam Foster's booked, Mary O'Reilly's booked, Sadie Thompson's booked. Thank you, it's good stuff. We are about 85% full for next week, so lots of you have been booking in, so thank you for that. The blue with the little bit of turquoise, or the blue by itself. We'll start off by painting in the top section, the top of the head, and we're going to work around here, down the back. Now we kind of work into the pencil lines that we've already got. So at the minute this is the blue with the turquoise popped in it. If you've got the turquoise or the Viridian, if not, please don't worry. Think about rotating the board at this point. This comes round here, it meets the beak, okay? And then being careful, if you want to watch me first, please do. It basically follows the eye. It follows the eye, which is a little bit tricky if your brush is not pointy. So you might decide to use a different brush here, but it basically comes around and all that area gets blocked in. Now my advice to you is, once you've started to fill this in, once you've started to fill it in, because at the minute I've just used the one colour, which is the blue. Look at that eye, it's lovely, isn't it? Just the blue with the turquoise. Just have a little bit of a second without sort of cleaning your brush and picking up some of the turquoise. Again, I always do that little wipe on the side. That's the colour. Just add a little bit of that. Not a huge amount is required, but a little bit of that colour just adds a bit of interest to the Kingfisher. And the couple of times I've seen Kingfishers, it's been a flash of turquoise is how I'd describe it. But look at that colour, that little change in colour. See how the blue in the turquoise blend. If you've not got turquoise, folks, just use either Viridian mixed with blue, or just use some blue on its own, and don't worry about adding the turquoise flash. But if I turn that the right way, you can see how this thing's shaping up. Yeah, see where it's going. It's a block of colour. I'll leave it there. What I'll do just briefly is clean my brush, wipe it almost dry, and as we say, we're going to feather the feathers. So the damp brush just allows you to tickle the edge. It's almost dry. Just really, really gently sort of break the edge of that Kingfisher. Just gently. The brush is almost dry. It takes the harshness away from the edge, which is a good thing. And you can see how it just lightly takes away. Already we can see the Kingfisher there. Tricia Smith books, Mary Kelly's book, Georgie, Gina Burns, Lynn Howe, Jeanette Haynes, Pat Adams, Carol Clark, Sadie Thompson, Mary and Pam. Well done for booking. Peter, Janine Miles, Alison Turner. Alison Turner, I will save you a space. Aha, yeah, so Verstrude, who is from Holland, I believe, if I'm right in saying that's Margot. Of course, you've booked, it's right up your street, literally. That beautiful flash of colour, love that. Exactly the same logic applies to the rest of the bird, but I'll give you a second to block that in. This colour, this is the bit we're waiting for, because when you talk about, you know, seeing it through to the end, I mean, we are 20 people, 25 people less are watching now than we're watching at the beginning, and that's a mixture of people that have obviously busy going to church, other appointments, which is why it's important to make it clear that you don't have to watch these things live. It's a nice thing if you can, but it's not the end of the world if you can't. But there will be some people in there, in those 23, 24 people, that have probably given up and it didn't quite go out as planning. But if you just, as we say every week, see it through to the end, 9 times out of 10 it'll work. It'll work fine. The last bits, it's the last hour, last 30-40 minutes, really where the painting starts to take shape, and we're sort of down to the last sort of 40 minutes of this workshop now. Getting in the bird, popping in some finishing touches, and the colours are going to be lovely. Paula, yes, Paula's booked the next 10. So how many other people on the chat have booked in bulk? I know there's a few people on here that have sort of paid for like a group booking. It's an easy thing because it just automatically enters you in each week. But like I say, folks, there is some people's bookings that have actually ran out. You've run out of credit, as it were, so you just need to get it booked in. Let's come back to that blue. It's the blue with the turquoise. This time a slightly different brush stroke, and the different brush stroke is a dry brush stroke. So take off some of the colour. This is just the blue. It's either the blue on its own or the blue with the turquoise, and what we're going to do here is paint in this little splash of colour that comes lovely. It really goes up nice into the beak, and then it comes down. And why the dry brush? Because if you slightly press your brush flat as you start to work back on it, you can actually paint that area in with a nice bit of texture. Now, lots of you have been watching me paint over the past year or so online. How many bird paintings have you seen me do? A lot of them. And there's lots of similar techniques, but everyone has got its own little technique. That's the blue that comes in there. Slightly feathery edge. Again, feel free to pick up some turquoise and pop a little hint of it in. It doesn't want much. A little hint of turquoise just creeps in there. if you didn't quite get that sort of feathery effect, then just have a little think about doing what you did above, which was to clean the brush, wipe it almost dry, and then, like we've said, feather it in. Just ever so gently brush the edge with an almost dry brush, and it just somehow sort of smooths it all together. Like it sort of softens it, it just kind of calms it all nicely down. It's nice to see that bit of colour come in there. Give it a go, folks, give it a go. Pat's going to renew, which is great, so give us a call either later or tomorrow. That would be perfect. While we've got this blue on the brush and it's a bit dry, on the top of the head, just have a quick glance at the screen. I will give you time to sort of catch up in a second, but we're going to paint in some little spots that almost go in a diagonal row. Now I'm hoping you can see this. It's one of those tricky things to see, I think, here. Basically it's the blue, and you do like little sort of diagonal spots. Can you see the little spots? Kind of follows the angle of the head, just a touch. Bit of detail. Very similar markings to what you see on a hummingbird, actually. If you look at this hummingbird here, which is actually in the new book, The Animals in Watercolour book, look at the markings on the top of the head there. It's a similar kind of thing. There's a full video of that on Watercolour TV, so if you remember Watercolour TV, you're going to get access to that. Magic. So a big happy birthday to Lady Anthea. Lady Anthea is watching today, and she's booked in for next week. And it's your birthday, so happy birthday to you. And this workshop has cheered you up today. Beautiful. It's such a vibrant painting. This, I think it'll cheer anybody up. It's colourful. It's crisp. It's got gorgeous colours, and it's a great thing to do. So thank you for that. You can't go wrong, really, can you? And Jackie's going to renew next week. Yeah, Jackie, just give us a call. Good days to call are Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, or after the workshop. It's chocolate time. I'm down to my last packet. These got sent from America. Thank you. I can't remember who it was, but someone sent me a large box of chocolates, M&Ms. I do like the M&Ms. So thank you for that. Whoever it was sent me them. There was a subtle hint saying that I've just about run out of M&M stash. Subtle with a silent B. Loving them spots. Love the spots on the top of the head there. They really do work nice, don't they? Them like them. Let's paint in the wing section now. This, and then we can add some detail to it. Not so subtle. It's a bit like swimming with a silent P. Let's come down to the bottom, to the little tail feather. Two halves. It's got the yellow, so the orange, and then the blue. What you do first, though, with this bit. Barbara Brick's going to get in touch as well. Well done, Barbara. Thank you for that. It gives me a bit of confidence when you guys ring up and pay in bulk, you know, because I say it's a very sort of difficult time for workshops like this. It's a case of do they continue or do they stop? Most people seem to want to keep doing them, which is wonderful. In the palette, where else can you spend a Sunday and 10 quid, eh? Here's the grey. Now that grey's about gone on mine, so I want to mix more. Blue, of course, there is blue. And red, and of course the yellow to make it go grey. Now that's gone a bit green. You can probably see that, yeah. So how do you bring a green to grey? What you do is you add a bit of red. There's the red. And then you've got grey. Perfect. Now if it goes too brown, you add a bit of blue to it. And that's how you make it. Or you go on Watercolour TV and you buy yourself a bit of natural grey. Ready made. It's the colour we use all the time. So we've got the grey. What do we want this for? To add a couple of shadows into that tail feather on screen. We're going to go very simply underneath those feathers and go slightly up into the orange. Can you see I've slightly gone over to the orange? Let me bring it forward. You can see that paint there? There it is. Look at that, you can see the texture of the paper. Clean your brush. Wipe your brush almost dry. And then just ever so gently brush up that grey that goes into that wing so it just kind of disappears. But then the piece that's here, simply fill it in with the blue or the blue and turquoise mix. Block it in. Come down from it, look, come down from it. So there's the blue, will come down here. If you're using the turquoise as well, why not pop a bit of that in, because the turquoise does really add to it. If you've got that option, bring that in, take it down, like so. So if you notice that bit of grey, it just gives a bit of a subtle shadow, don't it? Like my subtle hint for more chocolate. It was kind of like that. Smashing. Love it. You know, that bit of colour. Again, colour was the blue and the turquoise mix, if that's what colour you're using. It's a spot on colour. Some people would say use a cerulean blue. That works. A little bit brighter, to be fair. Notice the grey also creeps under the orange as well. And there we go. So that's that nice bit of colour, and you can see that that grey creeps under the orange, and then that leaves us this wing to block in, which will add a nice bit of detail. So we're here then. It's a case of using the two colours. You've got your colours in your palette, so you know where they are. It's the blue natural blue with turquoise or Viridian, or just blue on its own. And that's the turquoise mix. So I'll start with the blue. And here's the plan. Coming down the edge, this is the blue, remember? Come down the edge. Now, if you've got those little sort of L-shaped feathers on the end, do little ticks, little flicks. But as you move across, don't go all the way to the edge. Just want to watch me first. I'll kind of try and explain that a bit better for you. So you fill it in around here, look, quite happily, fill it in. Again, don't forget to pop in some of that turquoise as well. I get some of that beautiful, look at that lovely colour. Get the turquoise in as it comes over. But as you come towards the edge here, I'm leaving a gap before it meets the dark area of the wing. Can you see that little gap of colour? Because I'm going to clean my brush, I'm going to give it 3 or 4 wipes on tissue so it's damp, and then I want to scribble around that colour to move it, so I'm actually dragging the colour. I'm using the brush almost like a pencil crayon or a pastel, and I'm actually colouring and scribbling the colours together. As you can probably see. And it leaves that slight lighter edge. If I zoom back a touch, you can see what I mean. It almost makes it look like kind of 3-dimensional. That's just the base colour of that area. Again, make sure you give it a bit of a feather in. So it's the blue, it's the turquoise, or just all the blue if that's the only colour you've got. But just make sure you've not got an obvious white edge. So you can spend a moment just, you know, again, water, 3 or 4 wipes, and use this brush like a pencil, scribble it, create some nice texture, and it works wonderful. And at that stage, you've pretty much got a Kingfisher, waiting for some final bits of detail on the wings, of course, and a few shadows here and there, but looking good, folks. Loving the soft background. Really adds something to it, does that? the first thing that I would want to do at this stage, once I've blocked that area in, would be to actually use exactly the same colour, the blue, or the blue with the turquoise, or the blue with the Viridian. Once it's dry, once you've blocked it in, pick it up, give it a couple of taps on the tissue, so you've got that drier brush. So it's the same colour, the blue, or the blue with the turquoise, etc. And very, very simply, I want to add a bit of texture, like we did on the top of the head. Okay, so let me try and get closer in for you. There it is. That's about as good as we're going to get, I think. Close, that's nice and detailed. So I've got that drier brush, I've got the blue, and I'm doing little flicks in the direction. Imagine it sort of comes over this way. You see I'm sort of flicking the brush? Remember, I've removed some of the colour. Can you see those little flicks going in? Almost following the shape of the wing here. Coming down here, and even just slightly underneath those L-shape pencil lines. Even a little bit on the tail as well. A little bit on the tail feather, just a bit of added colour. Little flicks. There we go. I'm hoping you can see that okay, because it's kind of blue on blue. But notice that these kind of follow the direction of the wing, which is very nice. And anywhere that you feel that you want to put any added little flicks of colour, this is the perfect time to do it. See the little spots on the end of the wing there? It all adds to it. Dry brush is great for texture. This is why my if I can speak, this is why my watercolour paper is slightly textured. Not too rough, but works nice. Joan's renewed recently as well. Thank you, Joan, you're a star. The next episode of the watercolour show is coming up very soon. Next week. So make sure you tune in for that. You'll get informed about it on email. So for those people that have supported me on the watercolour show, thank you for that. Episode 3 coming up very, very soon. Any questions you've got? Any questions you'd like to have on the watercolour show? Please do email them over. There is on screen, of course, the email address, so send them over. Any problem solving? Send them over. Any questions about painting you've got? Let's do a very similar thing with the grey. Let's come into the palette. There we go. Let's go from this blue colour into the grey. I don't need to clean my brush, I'm just going to pick it up. It's fine. It's quite a strong colour. But again, dry brush, which is the old on the tissue. There it is. And then basically we're back to the picture, which is here. And I'm going to add some little grey areas. It's important to talk about this in the form of a dry brush. So if we get close into this to show you on the tissue, basically the line, the L-shaped line, I want to darken around it on the underneath of it. Can you see those little bits of dark I'm adding? It almost gives feather, don't it? Which is really effective. You do get the occasional little bit of dark as well towards the top of the wing. little dry flicks every so often. A little bit of grey just creeping in. Can you see them little bits of grey? If I get really close in for you folks, it's that strong grey, it's dry brush, there you go, and you can see it's little tiny flicks of grey paint, little sort of diagonal flicks. It's part of the markings, and you see a nice bit of this actually, just where the blue, the turquoise or the blue meets the white. Again, it's pick the paint up, it's wipe it off, look, and then that little bit of texture, like so, really adds to it. And there's a lovely little bit that just sits around the eye as well. Towards the, see that little tiny bit of grey just here. Try and get closer in for that one if you can. There you go, that shows it quite nice. So you can see that nice bit of dark. Also you can just put a dark ring around the eye as well. Can you see that? I've almost gone around the eye with that same dry brush. Roger's booked for next week. Well done, Roger. Thank you. And so has Carol and Jeremy as well. Wonderful. This grey, it's magic stuff, folks. It really is every single time. That little bit of grey that just comes in on these areas down here. Anywhere that you think, it adds a nice bit of detail to the bird. But you can see, look close at this line here. I mean, that's really zoomed in close. Just have a look how sort of bitty, bitty. That reminds me of a British comedy, Little Britain. We'll not go into detail about that one though. And you can see them little sort of dry flicks. You can also see them in the wing as well now, look. And of course, if you wanted to make those dark bits in the head any more obvious, you know, the little spots you put on, then of course you've got the option of using the grey to do that. So little tiny hints of grey around. It's going to sharpen it up even a bit on the back of the head as well. It's a great tool, is grey, for sharpening, giving clarity, giving detail. And just to show you what I did on the wing, you can see that I've pretty much just gone underneath the wing. Probably get one more in there actually. And put these little lines in. Little curvy lines to represent a little bit of feather. Lovely. Yes, so I could show you that. So if I zoom into the head, there you can see the dark ring that I've loosely put around the eye. Can you see it? It's very sort of subtle, but it's there. It's there. It does work quite well. It's worth the effort, that one. Texture and dry brush. Beautiful. You remember that we spoke about the fact you can pinch the bristle to make it even more spiky? Well, personally I feel the part of the belly that meets the branch should be darker. So I'm going to do some dry brush shadow so it almost disappears into the shade. There's no light getting down there, so I can just add some little bit of texture around that area, like so. There it is. A little bit of dry brush. Just makes it darker. It almost disappears into the branch, because if it's really dark there, it's going to give it a good ground. So you can even darken the branch a little bit as well, actually. Wouldn't harm it in any way. Bit of texture. The back of the wing as well with this spiky brush. Adding a bit of grey to the back of the wing there will help it to curve. You see I put a bit of shadow down this edge. It's all to do with that spiky grey again. Just kind of takes it around the corner. Just a touch, doesn't want too much. There's even a little piece just coming over the top here as well, look. You know, you can darken all that edge in the form of dry brush, because it's that makes it curve around the corner. Lovely jubbly. Looking good, folks. Happy with this. We're getting towards the last sort of 20 minutes now, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, which is great. But it's certainly taken some shape as we've progressed through the picture. Just adding a few little bits of darkness around, just around that base to ground it. You do actually see a couple of black tipped wings on a Kingfisher. Kind of optional. I'll show you what I mean by this. They tend to stick out. So you pop them like a little triangular piece that just kind of comes down, and it's a very dark colour. Can you see that one there? Yeah? That's just all grey, and then there's another one that is the other side. Just want to pop them in, like that, just like a little V shape. A couple of little feathers. I'm just going to pop another one just at the side of that one there, so you can see them. They just kind of creep from behind, really, you know, with the grey. Gives a bit of interest to it. And I'll just mention this briefly, and don't worry too much if you can't get this, but just have a little go at sketching in a line coming down the centre of some of those definite, see that very fine line. It helps if you use a finer brush and you dry it off, but it's kind of little bits of feather, so you can pop in little hints of little markings, just very, very subtle little hint of feather down there. Okay, again, for me it's well worth making sure you've got them little bits of detail in. It's just so nice once you've got grey on the brush. I'm actually going to spend a bit of time just making sure the branch is very dark with that grey where it comes out, so it's perched on a very dark area, you know. Popped in some extra little bits of branches and things if you want as well. It all helps. It's a nice stage to be at. Make sure it's very dark underneath the wing where it folds. And just down here. I'll zoom back and I'll leave you that on screen so you can see all the little bits of grey that have made that Kingfisher. And I'll be back in 30 seconds, 2 minutes. I'll give you a couple of minutes to catch up on that. I will be starting to look at picking some of these winners very soon, folks. So if you're wanting to take part in this giveaway, the paintings to give away, then you need to be getting yourself on the list for next week. Super. Okay. So a couple of little things to do now then, folks. First of all, highlights. Now for highlights, you can use a square brush or a number 6 brush. I'm just going to use a number 6 brush with a bit of water through the fingers. So it's just damp basically. I'm going to pop a couple of little highlights in. Very subtle highlights. I want to pop some over the orange. So I want to pop some little, just water basically, and wipe away a few little bits of colour. So I'm just putting water on, and then with tissue just wiping it away. Like so. Can you see them little light flicks? I don't want too many of them. You can use it as a way to mould it. It is a nice one. Where the tail feather overlaps the branch, with a bit of water, just simply paint water around the tail feather and dab it off. Can you see how it lifts it up? And it's removed a little bit of colour. It's quite nice. You could do a similar thing in the wing as well. You basically scrub water with the tip of a brush, and then you wipe it out. It's quite effective, yeah. It just gives a little bit of light to it. It doesn't want a huge amount, but it's quite nice to add a bit of interest. So that's one way to put some light in. Another way is to use some white paint, and we talk about this quite a bit, don't we? White paint. So let me talk a little bit about white paint, folks. Now I tend to put white paint on scrap paper, so I've got a down on my palette where I've got this little scrap paper here. I'm just going to pop some white paint there. Doesn't want much. And use a tiny, I'll zoom in close to that actually, so you can see. Tiny bit of water, just to pick up a little bit. Now, I don't want very much of this at all, just a tiny bit of white paint. It's kind of optional. You can see it on the brush there. I don't want much of this at all, folks, just a little bit. And I want to use this, if you needed to put any white in the eye, then you've got that as an option. But really, I want to pop some little white dots. Bit more water in there, it's a bit dry, this white paint. Put some little white dots on the top of the head. Okay, optional. Doesn't want many. I'm also going to pop a little bit of white on the edge in the form of little flicks around where the orange and the blue meet. So here, look, put some white down here as well. Little flicks of white. You can see the little tiny little bits of white, you know. You can pop some little white spots in the wings as well. Again, like you did with the grey, do little diagonal lines. It all adds a bit of interest to the bird. Like so. Same in the orange area. It's nice just to put some little bits of white, just to give some highlights. Little flicks. Does that make sense? where a bit of light's catching it or something. It's very incidental, and it depends on how sort of steady your hand is, but I'm always a big fan of doing this. Have a little go. I'll do it first and I'll move out of the way. Pop little white line around the edge on the claws. It just makes the claws look a little bit more obvious, in my opinion. Very much optional. So a recap of the white. First of all, the top of the head, you can see I put a few spots on, and a few little bits of white flicks here and there, just to give a bit of interest. I popped some down at the back here, and I popped quite a few white flicks in the wings. Quite a few. If I come down here, you can see them. I put some white flicks in the belly, down the edge of the claws, and just on the edge of the blue part of the tail feather as well. If you struggle, a question come from Nicole, how do you get them so fine? Think about using a smaller brush if you struggle. It does take a bit of practice, I'll be honest with you, but also quite dry today. I mean, look how nice that bit of white is, just creeping around that belly. I love that. Let me zoom back so you can see the whole bird and take a look at where the white went in. And don't forget, if you didn't get the highlight in the eye, now's a good time to pop it in. But as always, whenever I've painted a bird portrait, the white makes such a difference. I know I keep coming back to it, but because it's here. But all the little white flicks that you see here on this woodpecker, that's white paint here as well. There's a full video of that on Watercolour TV, folks. Check it out. White paint is beautiful. It makes quite a big difference. And if you've ever seen me do a demo of a bird elsewhere, when white comes in, we're nearly finished. So, yeah, so think about, maybe Nicole, think about getting a finer brush possibly. But yeah, honestly, what a difference that makes to it, it really does. Especially in that belly area, it takes the flatness away. Look at the little flicks, the little strokes. And even a simple thing like putting the line down the edge of the blue, down the edge of those two claws, it just gives it a base. I like it. It's beautiful. Now as we stand here now, folks, with the picture, to me, as a watercolour painting, you could easily walk away and say the painting is finished. It works, you've got distance, you've got interest, you've got a focal point. The description for today's workshop does mention flowers, and I will show you how to put some in. Personally, if I'd painted this myself, I'd be stopping at this point. I wouldn't put any flowers in, but we mentioned it in the workshop, so a few little flowers creeping in this corner would give some colour. It's optional, it's not needed. I think that's probably the first time you've heard me say that in a workshop, but as it stands I think it works nice as it is. So I just want to show you a little bit of colour down here. Pretty much got the colours we need for this. I'll pop some little pink foxgloves or something like that, not quite as large as foxgloves, in this sort of semi-distance I suppose you could say really. I think I remember doing a painting once with some beach huts on last year in a workshop, and in the description it said with footprints in the sand, and it didn't need the footprints, and quite a lot of people mentioned it at the end, so we popped them in. Optional as always. We've got the greens here. We've got the greens, which is the yellow of course, and the blue. That's one green. The second green is the blue with the yellow. So you've got your two greens. You've got your two greens. The greens we've been using all the way through. No flowers for better say. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I don't think it needs flowers, but I'm just going to pop a few little bits of colour in the corner. And then I'm just going to use some red. And I've got the yellow there as well, of course. I'm just going to have a bit of a clean up. I'll give you the option, folks, to do this, and you can decide if you want to do it or not. Pale pink or red. I've got the yellow, and then I've got the two greens. Very simple, nothing too fancy here at all. Not close up, in the distance. I want to pop in some red. There's a storm outside. Don't go out on mowers. And pop some little bits of colour coming down here. Spottage. We like the spottage, don't we, on this channel? Bring it down. It's nice in the corner, I think. If you was going to do it, that's where it would be. And of course you could bring it above the branch. I mean, we're talking flowers in the distance here, aren't we? That's a Paul McCartney album, Flowers in the Dirt. It is. My Brave Face, I think was a famous song of it, possibly. Who knows? And then we've got the green. We've got the green. Some green there. Work the green into it. Make sure you get some darker green in it as well. So imagine these are on the riverbank on this side. A little clump. I suppose you could pop some more leaf in as well actually while you're at it, that'd be quite nice. But this boy here, and he's a boy because he's got a black beak, he has stole the show. So don't think you have to do flowers just because Mr. Palmer has. Mr. Palmer wouldn't have put them in if it wasn't in the description. I don't want anybody to be disappointed. And this just proves how these workshops go, because they are very much, yes, they're very, very well planned. Hopefully that comes across. A lot of work goes into them. But with painting, it's nice just to go with the flow of the river in this case. And I'll pop a few little blades of grass. It kind of suits the vignette, I suppose, in that corner. Fills it in. Heather likes My Brave Face, yeah. Flowers in the Dirt. My Brave Face, Figure of Eight, another famous song of it, I think. Is that right? I do like Paul McCartney's solo stuff. 80s solo stuff is really good. It's quite nice, the little bits of grasses. It just, yeah, actually, I like it. Let's zoom back, folks. I like it. Distractions, yes. I'd listen to that album now, don't I? Let's just zoom back here, folks. You can really see how that adds a bit of colour to the corner. I like it, yeah. I like it enough to sign it and try a frame on it, I think. I wouldn't go crazy. And if I'd not put the flowers on, I would have quite happily have said the picture is okay as it stands. But whatever happens, folks, this guy here is the centre of attention. I'll try a frame on it and we can see, can't we? We'll get the bird mounted, keep it clean. We'll pop that on. Yeah, actually that works nice actually. Because if you think about it, you've got the blue, the red, and there's lots of yellow in those trees as well. And of course, if I was to sign the painting, I would probably sign it in this corner here. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I do like it. Let me get it nice and level for you so you can see. Let me show you that close up there. There it is. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice little bit of foreground, folks. A few grasses. It kind of suits the vignette, I think, as well, which is lovely. And it's one of those things that really adds a bit of spit and polish to it as well. So, but if you do take it up, break the composition down a little bit, take your time with it, and just enjoy it. Just enjoy the process. And I love the simplicity of the background. It doesn't want much at all. One thing that you may decide to do in your water, if you wasn't too happy with the water edge, folks, just a brief thing to mention to you on screen. If you've got a craft knife, I know lots of you do this technique anyway, then you can scrape off a little bit of light on the edge of the trees, little horizontal lines. It puts a horizontal surface to the water and it gives a bit of sparkle to it. You see, quite aggressive with your knife, but I think that's finished. I think the flowers need to be less is more. I think that's made a lovely watercolour, folks. A very nice picture as well. I hope you've enjoyed that. I have. What I want to do now, folks, is pick the winners. We've got two winners. First of all, this one, Teresa Wills. Teresa Wills, this penguin picture is yours. Teresa Wills. Yes, Sir Joel's. Venice. Who's won Venice? Venice. Heather Wilcox. Heather Wilcox, you've won this. This is your picture. This is going to Heather Wilcox, and this is going to Teresa Wills. Thank you so much for taking part. Thanks to everybody for taking part. Stick around, I will be putting this picture on Facebook very soon. Take your time finishing it off, folks, but I just want to have a quick natter. I'll be popping this on Facebook within the next sort of 30 minutes or so. I'd love to see your painting in the comments, and if you do want to get in touch and book any workshops over the phone, give me half an hour from now and then give us a call, folks. But I hope you enjoyed that. It was a pleasure, a relaxed workshop to do. Please make sure you look out for the next one coming up. Here's the 30th of May, of course. Get it booked in, and I will see you very soon for more watercolour painting on a live virtual workshop. And I hope you had a nice day. I really do. Please do spread the word, folks. Keep booking. It means a lot. I'd love to keep these workshops going. And next week's workshop, of course, is the beautiful Heather, not the Heather, the Tulip Fields of Holland. Looking forward to that one immensely. Thank you so much, folks. Have a good week and keep the paint flowing.